Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to We're Starting to Run Out of Stuff to Do. I'm your host, the Lord. No, for real though, check this out for a second. I spent, admittedly a distracted, because I was doing other stuff at the same time, but I spent over an hour, in fact it was close to 2 hours last night sitting at my transmog. And can I just say how absolutely much of a pain that system is? Can I just complain about that really quick? So, to really run through this, what I had to do is, first of all, I had to be in an inn. While I'm at an inn, because only at an inn can you properly access being able to edit these things, which is these right here, editing the glamour plates. But also, while you're there, the only way you have access to your armoire is if you're at the inn. Okay, that's fine, but if you need anything at all in order to help deal with it, well, you have to go and run out and go to get to the spot you need. Like, for example, if you need dyes or you need a specific item or whatever, then you have to run out. Go to the auction house, get that, or go to your bell, pull the thing out of things, then come back to the inn. And yes, I realize there's a bell in the inn, but the point is, there's a lot of back and forthing in order to set everything up properly. Yeah, screw it, let's do the deep dungeon. And then there's the fact that you have to do things in a really specific order, otherwise it doesn't like to take. And I figured that out pretty quickly. But it was an interesting system. Oh yeah, another little complaint. I can't show this off properly, but, well, this is a relic weapon on my back here. Now, obviously I have the relic weapon cosmeticized here, but manually. Let me explain what I mean by that. So if I look at my glamour plate for my gunbreaker, you may or may not notice, because it's kind of small on the screen, that the weapon slot is completely empty. That's because, near as I can tell, you cannot put your relic weapons in the armoire or in the chest, and if they're not in either, you cannot add them to the glamour plates. So the only way I found around this was to remove the weapon entirely. In other words, the glamour ignores the weapon, and then to manually put whatever my current weapon is and turn that into the appearance of that. Yeah, you could put replicas in, which is just, sure. So for several of my classes, their weapons are just, you know, empty. Where's Paladin's another example of that. So I could actually have, you know, this thing. And yes, and to be clear, I'm not bragging about this because I don't feel accomplished about this, but I do have Excalibur here. And I kind of want that for my Paladin. And then, of course, there was the final irritation, which is making sure all of these were working properly. And it's apparently White Mage isn't working all of a sudden. Hang on, what's going on? Oh, I know what's going on with White Mage. Yeah, I know what's going on with White Mage. I can fix that super quick. Damn. So anyways, that's all done. Everything's set up. Although, if I might be honest, speaking of White Mage, I really don't like any of the White Mage weapons. Except for one. There's one White Mage weapon that I realized I would like, and I'm never getting. Because it's in Eureka. So if I ever completely lose sense of myself, and ever decide to actually, you know, go crazy, and actually do Eureka, I'll be doing my White Mage elemental weapon, because that looks pretty legit. Anyways, damn. I do like that one, Giga. That's pretty nice. What's Eureka? Hell. Eureka is hell. Anyways, damn. So I'll go ahead and be a healer, speaking of which. And let's start up. Speaking of Eureka. It's not too bad if you have a party. Yeah, that sounds like FF11. Fancy meeting you here, Laura. Have you been well? Doubtless your adventuring duties have left you with little time for our humble organization, but still, I trust you have a spare moment here and there to contribute to Noah's ongoing research. You were so very good at it, after all. Splendid, splendid. As you can see, my circumstances leave little room for complaint. My vessel remains intact, and his age has yet to lose its luster. All told, Cole's discovery of the orb containing my essence in Cypress Tower was a happy twist of fate indeed. Not only have I been able to drink in my fill of this world's mysteries and delights, but Co seems more than happy to allow me all the time I need to indulge my curiosity. Now, before you pass judgment, I must remind you this arrangement was carried out under mutual agreement. I fully intend to relinquish control to her as soon as my work is done. It just so happens you may be able to hate with that. Rambros can scarcely stop talking about your adventures with the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you see. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is actually a Shadowbringer's quest, I think. Or no, I'm sorry, no, it's 81, isn't it? My bad. Ignore me. In a strange turn of fate, Grahatia has awoken from his slumber in the Crystal Tower, far earlier than he should have been. How that Asian Fandaniel who set our course on... Oh my god. How the I'm having a stroke. How the Asian Fandaniel who set our planet on course towards the final days was in fact Amon all along. Events of earth-shaking import, events in which you invariably played a pivotal role. What's with the recap? Your pedigree means there is none better suited to receive my request. Correct, Blue Snow. Firstly, however, I would ask you to summon Grahatia to the 8 Sentinels. I suspect you will answer the call of a Carmen at Arms much more readily than an anonymous researcher calling themselves an Archmages. Yes, this is he. Lore, what a pleasant surprise. I can't remember the last time you called me. Oh my. Oh my. Says nothing. Nothing at all. I'm much more interested in you, my friend. Are you well? Are you in some trouble? Yeah, by the way, the goal here is floor 30, if we manage this. So if anybody actually needs this dungeon and has never gotten to 30, this is a good time to do it. Chance to try it, Act. I spent all of my spare time last night getting my transmog set up. That's quite the yarn. You say the Archmagus Noah inhabited the body of a young researcher and asked you to make haste to the 8 Sentinels. Have I got that right? Absolutely fascinating. I'll be there at once, as soon as I conclude my current business. Promise to be quick. Tell Noah, or Co, that I'm eager to make her acquaintance. Until then, Laura. And thank you, Von Falkerson. I grinded my butt off to get this suit because I really, really wanted it. This is the outfit you can't get anymore. It's some of the only FOMO in this game. This is the end of the PvP season. Last season or last season? I forget which. It is my healer suit. I certainly did not mean to rush the poor lad. I hope his haste does not come at the expense of caution. Even so, hearing the loyalty you inspire in others makes me feel secure in my choice to place this task in your hand. Now then, it would be improper for us to be late to our appointment after pulling Grahatia away from his work. Feel free to go ahead. I will be not be far behind. Sure, Giga. Yeah, it'll probably come back either on the literal store, the real money store, or on the Moogle thing. But I don't feel like gambling, so, you know. But I am very fond of it. So this is my Sage. This is White Mage. Astrologian. And I actually only did the 3. Because I wanted to do a black version of this suit, because black looks great on this. But black dyes cost 1,000,000 gil each, and I am not that made of money. So that didn't happen. Alright, so let's get Rax, and Talia, wherever she is. Yeah, it's universal. You can wear it as anything. That's why I wanted it for my healers, specifically. Black basic looks like this. In other words, it looks brown. The black I wanted is black. I would also have accepted this, but both of them are very, very expensive, as I just mentioned. Soot black looks okay. Why is soot... Okay. That might work with suit black. I don't know, I'll think about it. I don't want to mess with the transmog for another 7 billion years. I'm just going to live with it for now. Just going to live with it. Just pretend the big whale music is playing here. Well, I was going to give it to Astrologian, actually. Weirdly enough, I just really like Scholar's actual outfit, so I wasn't going to make Scholar look like this. Also, I never used Scholar, so it didn't really matter to me. But the other 3 healing classes I use semi-regularly. Up. Pay attention there. Okay, I like how there's just no music at all playing. It's just kind of strange. Can I just go over this? Nope. Damn. ARR zones. Listen, I can't be the only person who has music playing while I sleep. Very, very specifically curated music, but music nonetheless. Actually, while we're on the subject, this isn't even the blue I wanted for my outfit, but I couldn't get a hold of the blue I wanted, so... You know. Yeah, no, in actual silent, nothing will keep me awake, and this is sincere, nothing will keep me awake at night more than silence. If it's actually quiet, I cannot sleep at all. Hang on, so... Helmet, gauntlets, chest, beat boots. So I need 4 each. Yes, silence is deafening, exactly. Oh, yeah, I got the weirdest compliment this morning. It was on the Starfield Lamentation. It says, and I quote, "Come on, Lore Runner, you're someone who knows the beauty of Final Fantasy games. Don't waste your time with this slop." I don't actually know what to make of that, to be honest with you. I came as quickly as I could. I haven't kept you waiting, have I? No. Good. When you told me that Noah herself was a party in all this, I knew this was an opportunity I'd be loath to miss. When placed against the rebirth of both Xand and Amon, the survival of Noah's essence seems almost quaint. Still, I can't help but be excited to see her and to meet her and hear what this request of hers entails. For to hazard a guess, it has something to do with the Crystal Tower. Your instincts are correct, and let me see those eyes, a deep crimson the likes of which I have not seen in many an age. Oh, this? Magics are required on the road ahead, so I had to prepare accordingly. While adept enough as a researcher, I'm afraid Ko's aptitude in the ethereal arts is non-existent. It was necessary. While my abilities are but a shade of what they were at my zenith, they shall suffice. You can thank Rowena's House of Splendors for meeting even my most esoteric of demands. Did you really have to change her hair? Truth be told, I never did understand why Ko felt the need to hide her face with the hair. Why limit one's field of vision so? With this simple change, it feels the world has opened itself to me. However, I do wish I could have added a touch more flair. Amon would have clucked his tongue in disapproval at the sight of me. Alas, I had to appeal to Ko's preferences as well. She insisted the first few outfits were too gaudy, and eventually we landed on a compromise. Beauty truly is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. Yes, truly fascinating, most illustrious Noah. I could listen for days. Yet there's the question of why I was summoned here. And lore, for that matter. Why have you gone to such lengths to seek us out? Yes, quite right. To understand where we were heading, I must first tell you what came before. In the twilight of the Third Astral Era, with the Allagan Empire at the height of its glory, a laboratory was constructed underneath the Crystal Tower. There, the Empire's most sensitive research was conducted. The means of achieving eternal life and resurrection, clone technology, control mechanisms for icons, and the eventual completion of the Dalamud prototype. Those are but a few of the many projects pursued deep under the earth, all in absolute secrecy with the full blessing and guidance of the royal family. It was dubbed Eureka Orthos by the Emperor himself. A fitting name for a place would be the nexus of creation. Eureka? You can't mean what I think you mean. I believe you and Kryl are well too familiar with the Forbidden Land. Yes, I've definitely done Eureka. When that island appeared suddenly in the waters of the Far East, it was dubbed Eureka after the Allagan legend. The stories say in the center of the vast labyrinth... Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, fun fact, I've avoided this quest accidentally for months because I assumed this was a Eureka quest. I even said as much on camera just a few days ago. So the passage of time has not erased our deeds entirely. The legend has a hint of truth in it. The development of specialized weapons was a main subject of research within Eureka Orthos. It comes as no surprise that rumors of what transpired there would eventually grow to the tales of which you speak. However, Eureka Orthos is no myth. It exists as surely as you or I, and it was every bit as magnificent a feat as the Cypress Tower. I have reason to believe it survived the chaos of the Fourth Umbral Calamity relatively unscathed. I know where it is, and I know how we can gain entrance. My peerless knowledge of teleportation magic shall take us to the gates, and the royal blood in Garahatia's veins shall open them. I'd very much like to once again set foot in those halls, where I refined and perfected the means of transferring my essence to and from various objects. Which brings me to my request. I would have you delve into the deepest regions and drag its secrets kicking and screaming into today. With the flow of time within the Crystal Tower restored, the laboratory should be fully active, its unfinished experiments and long-dormant security measures wandering aimlessly in search of intruders. The first order of the day shall be to put those obstacles to rest and advance to the 30th floor. And only the 30th floor. I'm not sure I like blue on this outfit. I'm afraid I cannot admit that your role in this ends once the gates have opened. I understand your disappointment, but the same blood that makes you useful as a key makes you a hindrance to fulfilling the mission. It ties you too strongly to the Empire. Unlike the Crystal Tower, there's no need for Eureka Orthos to inspire hope. Allag is gone, its inheritors long dead. I wish for the Empire's deeds, no matter how unsavory, to be beholden with eyes unclouded by legacy, that they might be judged for what they were. So, Lore, I know I've been long in the asking, but will you accept this task? Naturally, I shall offer all the help I can muster, and you are free to take any spells you find. There's much that could be of use to one such as you. Not really, but thanks for the thought. I knew you would find the scent of adventure irresistible, but I thank you nonetheless. Drink your fill of ancient secrets and buried sin. And, well, then I suppose it's time to make our ingress. Well, it's to borrow the key that Une and Doga entrusted to you so long ago. I mean, it would be more put-upable on Falkenstein, but something that's bad but worthwhile is still bad, as the saying goes. I mean, getting a nether drake was worthwhile, but that doesn't make the netherwing flight any more interesting. Connection seems stable. Very good. Promise me you'll come back in one piece, Lore. Return in any other shape, and not even another calamity will convince me to open these gates. Must you fuss over him like a child? He to whom the Allagan ruins are almost commonplace, who bested even Amon in combat. Twice. Compared to such trials, this will be but a footnote in a long list of heroics. Once Lore returns from his expedition, you shall be more than welcome to return here and listen to the report. Rest assured you shall remain fully apprised of any world-threatening developments. A small reassurance, but I suppose it must suffice. Should you find yourself in an impasse, do remember that I'm only a call away, won't you? Let's make ready. The secrets of Eureka Orthos lie in wait. If we count Hermes, that does count as 3 times. I mean, it is worth noting that the timeline in which we died was, bad. We really were the linchpin. Like it or not. I don't like this. No. General purpose dark blue. There it is. That's just black. That's just straight up black. Yeah, here's your general purpose dark blue. You know, that's a fair point. We've also killed Fandaniel while controlling Zodiark. It does look better, I agree. Well, there's also white. Hang on. Yeah, pearl white, I think, is the one I would... Yeah. Yeah, that one. I've actually seen this pearl white. I'm not sure where my dyes for that went. Gunmetal. Gunmetal looks solid, but is expensive. See, funnily enough, I usually tend to not prefer the metallic dyes, but for this exact suit, the metallic dyes are just better. I think it's because it is a metal texture. Like, look at that light blue, for example, compared to the crap I've got on right now. Much more solid. Hang on, let me think. I'm going to need 4 of each in any given case. I'm going to think 4, yep. But let me think for a second. One way or another, I would love 4 pearl white, if you don't mind. Gold looks like this. Contrarily, brass looks like this. That's orange. And then, of course, there's jet black or dark blue. Dark blue does have a bit of a blue sheen to it, but... Well, actually, the thing is, Blade Cheval, I want 3 separate outfits, 3 separate colors, depending on which healer I'm on. Excuse me. Let me think for a moment. What? Unable to apply glamour plates here. Oh, god damn it. Really? Really? Game? Can I not? Yep, unable to apply glamour plates here. Why? Speaking of irritations with the transmog system. This is the sanctuary. Who cares? Why is that, of all things? Why is that the problem? Of all things. Like, I understand most of the spaghetti code issues, but why do you have to be in a sanctuary? Calm, peace. Hang on. Let me just... Let me get the actual step to go in. Yep. I understand what a deep dungeon is. Thank you. Here, take the stupid thing. Yep, okay. Yes, Captain Banks. Yes, I'm aware of how to do that. Thank you. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay, so now that I can look at my transmog, Jesus. Give me a sec, I can put it. I feel like the black really would... I think my initial instinct was right. Black would work really well for Astrologian. But I need one of the actual blacks, which I believe was jet black, or... hang on a sec. Yeah, gunmetal was the one that was super expensive, so that's not happening. But jet black works just fine. So if I could get 4 jet blacks... Wait, jet is more expensive? I thought gunmetal was the expensive one. My bad. Why is that more expensive? Whatever. Okay, so in that case, they literally look identical. They literally look identical. So whichever one's cheaper. Like, here, watch. Tell me the difference between those two colors. Go ahead. Oh, wait. So, whichever one's cheaper. And we'll do that with Astrologian. And then we'll do... I think I'll stick with red for White Mage. I'm rather fond of it. Although... I'm going to be completely greedy. Good morning, Linear Ruth. There it is. XIV, ladies and gentlemen. If it makes you feel any better, I spend way more time doing my transmogs over a WoW. Yeah, by the way, not that anybody here plays WoW, but if anybody here plays WoW, something that me and Pax are going to make a point of doing in the next expansion, specifically, is we are going to go and start grinding out every single dungeon and raid in the game. Now, can any of you tell me why? Rax is correct. But you're not sure of why you're correct, are you? Mr. Red, however, is correct. So in the next expansion, they are removing restrictions on unlocking transmog. What that means is one character can unlock any transmog that drops. So I could go on my warrior and unlock priest gear or mage gear or hunter gear universally. It is, in fact, account-wide. Oh no, it's an awesome change. I am very happy about that change. It's going to save an inordinate quantity of time. And again, this is something Pax and I have already said. Yeah. Yeah, it's the Diablo 3 system, freaking finally. Exactly as Moonistar. Yeah, I was just saying, I'm pretty sure, like, WoW does some voodoo with its transmog thing. It's one of the few things I don't hold against FF14, is because I can't even imagine the under-the-hood stuff that would be required to really get it working the way WoW's does. Let's do white for Sage and black for Astrology. Okay. Yeah, we're getting 2 die channels. I'm actually pretty happy with that. Ooh, joke. Yeah, baby steps, baby steps. I do understand that this kind of stuff is some spaghetti problems. I really do. It's honestly a little shocking we've gotten it as good as we have. Okay. Yes, so I think those are the only 2 I want. I want the white and I want the black. I think I'm going to stick with red for white mage. Ironically. Excuse me. That's true. WoW Transmog was added to the game. In, God, Warlords? No, that doesn't sound right. I'm not sure when that was added. I'll have to look that up. What's really funny is WoW's transmog system, for as absolutely incredible as it is right now, started off in the most bare bones thing you could think of. Like, it was very, very, very basic and very, very limited. But they have iterated upon it and iterated upon it and iterated upon it over the years. And that's why it's in such a great state now. So let's just say I'm in favor of FF14 iterating upon this stuff, too. Thank you, Rex. Let me just do this super quick. Actually, yeah, WoW's transmog system when it first started is actually pretty similar to how FF14 system is now. Oh god, 200 dresser slots. That's a good question. That would have been, I want to say 6 years into its development cycle. I can look up the exact numbers. I'm pretty sure that's right. Let's see. No, it's fine, Tali. It's fine. Here we go. I'm right. 6 years for them to start the transmog system. And the reason I mentioned Warlords is I'm pretty sure Warlords is when the translog system got good. So that would be another 4 years on top of that. It's because... See you around, Dempsey. Have a good one. The reason why WoW's engine is so damn good is 2 reasons. First of all, it was a solid engine to begin with. The original WoW engine was Warcraft 3's engine. And Warcraft 3's engine is a really, really solid engine. It had to be. It was designed for competitive multiplayer stuff. And that meant a very, very solid netcode and very, very responsive interactions. It's one of the reasons why WoW feels so smart and so snappy, unlike most MMOs. I've talked about this several times. But the second reason is because they've never not iterated and developed that engine. Like, every expansion has moved that engine forwards. And every now and again, they do a massive overhaul of the engine, which they have done at least 3 times that I'm aware of. And each time they have legitimately just taken the engine back to code and said, chonk, and designed a new engine on top of it. And I don't mean Creation Engine 2. I mean actually developed a new engine on top of it. Yeah, the character overhaul that happened in Warlords, the texture and rendering overhaul, the way it handles loading just basic things like textures and how many bytes it can stand at a specific time for a specific object, was something that was overhauled in Pandaria. They, as I've mentioned before, they added physics engines into the game in Dragonflight. There's a couple other big things. But the first major revamp of the engine was in Wrath. It was when they added the concept of a vehicle, among other things. Sorry, so I'm taking longer. Okay, so let's just edit these super quick. Your friends are lying to you, Talia. I'm just gonna say that as bluntly as I can. Your friends are lying to you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't speak so negative. I'm sure there's the valid possibility of actually enjoying WoW Classic. I'm sure that's something that is actually possible to physically do. Somehow, maybe. Oh, I'll be making several new characters on Falkenstein. Like, 8 or so. Something like that. Pearl. I mean, I'm obviously a little biased here, Talia, but speaking as someone who really enjoys both games, and I do, the thing of the matter is, both games are very, very different animals. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. Expecting... I'm trying to think how this is. Because you like FF14 is no particular reason that you might like WoW, and vice versa. They really are fundamentally different games, despite both being in the same relative genre. Having said that, WoW has kind of never been in a better place than it is right now. If you don't like WoW now, you're never going to like it. And that's the simplest way I could phrase that. Okay, so that's solid. Let's switch over to Astrologian. Oh, that's sharp! That's sharp. Look at it. Look at it. Yeah, you know me. I like a huge variety of games. So for me, WoW and FF14, I like both games. Pretty equally, honestly. But for very, very, very different reasons. So if you're starting WoW new, the biggest problem you're going to run into, and I mean this sincerely, is every class is good right now in WoW. All of them. And the thing is, it's kind of like Guild Wars 2, because I can't even tell you, well, if you like playing such and such, play this, because there's a really expansive talents and build system in WoW. So how you play a Shadow Priest might be different from how I play a Shadow Priest. Oh, and also each class is also 3 classes, or in some cases 4. So The biggest problem, and this is not actually a joke, the biggest problem I have when it comes to recommending WoW to someone brand new is there's a lot of options for a new class. So getting over that hurdle is an actual problem. This is really sharp. Thank you for the suggestions, and thank you for the dies. Let's see what the actual one we'll be using right now looks like. Oh, hang on, actually first. Let me update this, because it's not. There we go, okay. And then, Sage. Ah, yeah, that is sharp. I am fond. What do y'all think? That is sharp. I like it. They actually do use motion capture over in WoW, by the way. I've noticed that as Miristar. And good move, because BFA is kind of currently the default leveling thing, which is weird and would take some explanation, so I'm not going to go into it. But they're definitely transitioning into Dragonflight being the default leveling thing, and they should. Dragonflight is such a hard reset of everything that it needs to be that kind of a hard reset to leveling experience for new players. Perfect. Start with Classic. See, here's the weird thing. Usually when it comes to introducing someone to a brand new thing, my usual approach is to recommend what I consider the most seminal of a particular thing. You know, I start people with TNG season. Start people in Star Trek with TNG Season 3. I start people in Final Fantasy with Final Fantasy 4. I start people in Mega Man with Mega Man 4, etc., etc., etc. What the hell is seminal WoW? Now, Giga says Pandaria. Interestingly enough, when I was starting a friend of mine in WoW recently, guess where we started? First thing we did, Jade Forest. It worked. The problem is Pandaria really is a really, really good expansion, but the problem is it kind of is the seminal WoW. It kind of is, this is what WoW is. It's hitting, it's a little bit too high quality, and we did run into that problem because then we went back to, where the hell am I going? We went back to Cataclysm. And, well, that was a problem, because Cataclysm is not as good as Pandaria. It's a pretty linear line. But they wanted to experience, you know, the Cataclysm stories, of which there's quite a few good ones. Oh. Yeah, if you never want to... I shouldn't say that. I personally don't believe in starting too good. If you start too good, then you've buried the lead a little bit. Ironically, I would say Cataclysm would be a good place to start if not for one of the problems WoW has. Guidance. Starting with Kata is something that pretty much requires someone else telling you what to do and when. Now, if you've got that, cool. Kata is actually a pretty solid place to start. If you don't, well... Kata's quality also varies pretty wildly. For every Tirisfal Glades, there is a Dustwallow Marsh. And for every West Plaguelands, there's an Arathi Basin. Or Arathi Highlands, excuse me. Anyways, I apologize for the transmogged, or the cosmetic thing. Everyone ready? Now that we're ready. See, I would put Desolus more in the average range, because I've played places like the Hinterlands. Well, Rax is playing a song. You know what that means? Let's go! Yes. The hinterlands is dull as dishwater, Mr. Red. Go, do me a favor right now, Mr. Red. Go look up the lorecraft of hinterlands. It's like a 2-minute episode, which should say all it needs to. There are several zones that are just nothing burgers in Cata. Swamp of Sorrows is a good example of that. Swamp of Sorrows, hinterlands. Excellent portrait, Gigapudding. Nice sword, Talia. Oh, I have access to most of my abilities. Holy crap. This is, in fact, Endwalker. Yeah, I do too, Rex. I do too. Nice. It's blue. Swim in a bit. God, it's been a while since I've done one of these. Alright, alright. Oh, I should probably put this on you. There you go. And then there's the wetlands. Not really Von Falkenstein. I mean, you do have some DPS abilities because it's a Sage, but not that many abilities. I don't remember how to play Sage. So, how many of you have ever heard of Carbot in response to Drunkillorn's statement? Some of you probably already know where I'm going with this. So... that is the guy in Pillars of Snow. So Carbot, the team of Carbot, did a video, which is actually my favorite video they've ever done. No joke. It's I want to quest in Elwyn Forest. And I bring that one up because it's about 30 minutes of what some of the most well-crafted animated content I have ever seen on YouTube. And that is not an exaggeration. The amount of time and effort and work and thought and planning that took had to have been absolutely insane. I bring it up because it's my favorite of their content by far, but most especially because I could totally see and picture every step of that trip, because I did that trip a lot. I mained Night Elves back in Vanilla. And all my friends were playing humans. So I made that trip to Elwyn Forest often. I got so good at it that I started escorting other people on that trip. Like, what I would do is I would make another character, and I would, brand new character just for the purpose of escorting someone. And I would essentially, at the points where I knew there would be problems with the crocodiles and with the spiders, I would sacrificial lamb so that they could keep going. And of course, I knew the exact route because, of course, I did, and not everyone did. So they're like, "Hey, how do I go from there to there?" Because despite what you may think, I actually have a really good sense of navigation, especially in a game I've played for a long time. So back in the day, this may sound like a weird thing nowadays because of how many tools and options there are for navigating Azeroth, but back in the day, players would get lost just on the overworld trying to find where zones were because they just didn't know where zones were. You know, so they get a quest that says go to the wetlands, and their response is, where the hell is the wetlands? Except it wouldn't say go to the wetlands. What it would say is go to Menethil Harbor. And then they'd be like, where the hell's Menethil Harbor? I have unironically used Azeroth's map in custom D&D campaigns, just because I know it that instinctually. that I don't even need to have a picture or a map or a reference in front of me. I can just say, oh, if you go east, you'll run into this town. That's not bragging. That's just a statement of fact. If I wanted to brag, I'd say... let's see, how can I brag? I suck. There we go. I have now bragged. Can we make up our minds? God damn it. We're going this way. We're going this way. Oh yeah, that reminds me. So some of you may be aware of this fact, but WoW now has the option for mouse over healing as just an option. It doesn't require a macro, it doesn't require an add-on, it's just part of the vanilla game now. Does that exist in FF14 yet? By the way, that's a very recent change, but I was very happy about that. What does that mean? Okay, so you notice I have no target, right? I have nothing targeted, and yet I am healing Rax. And now I'm healing Zed, or Talia. I don't actually need to target them to heal them. All I have to do is have my mouse hover over their name, either in the actual game world or over their nameplates over here. And yeah, and that's why so many of my macros are macros. It's because they are mouse over healing macros. I live and breathe mouse over healing. I essentially, at this point in my life, I don't think I could do non-mouse over healing. Obviously, it's kind of a quality of life thing and a convenience thing. But if I'm being completely honest, it is also an optimization thing. It removes a couple of microseconds from every single heal I do. And if you've ever done truly hard content in either of these games, you understand why a few microseconds can count. Sometimes I need to heal you now. Not half a second from now. Now. Oh, there's a chest. Do we care? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Meh. Meh. What, Giga? What? Explain yourself. That's a gold chest. Wait, there is a silver coffer. You're right. I didn't even see the silver chest, honestly. Lol. Blade Chaval. Back in Asheron's Call, I got used to the function keys. You would, you know, for example, right now, I would be F1. Hang on a second. Come on, game. I would be F1, Talia would be F2, Rax would be F3, and Giga would be F4. So, target cast, target cast, target cast. Ooh, there's another silver. Well, the reason I bring that up is back when I started healing in WoW, it was the same thing. Because the function keys for targeting, I believe, became the default at some point. I'm not sure who started that. Probably Lotro, because Lotro started everything. I was out of that, I just feel like saying. I was absolutely out of that. Just saying. Let's, Oh, hang on. Talia says to hang on. Waiting for the Talia. Lotro was the Wolf, and I mean this sincerely. Lotro is the Wolfenstein 3D of MMOs. It's not very good, but it established a lot of standards, like a lot. Almost every MMO that came after really built upon that, including WoW, and FF14, and Guild Wars 2, and Tor. And yeah, it just like Wolfenstein 3D, it wasn't the first MMO. Wolfenstein 3D was not the first. FPS, but it was kind of functionally the first FPS. The first one that mattered, the establisher, as we like to call that. I mean, I was out of that frickin' bomb. I'm just saying. Game robbed me. Yeah, snapshotted. Okay. If Tali is good. So let's condense. So, okay. Hang on. Hang on, it's been... I hate this system so much. It's such a pain. Why? Oh. Yeah, everyone erase your progress. System. So to explain that a little bit, I tried to use the same save, because of course I did. It said, you cannot progress if you choose this save. And I was like, okay. So I erased the save, and now it's saying everyone else can't join, probably because they still have the save. So everybody's got to erase their save. And then we'll start a brand new save. And God, this is so spaghetti. This is... that would explain it. So let's try this again. Yeah, you also only get 2 save slots while we're on the subject. Which is problematic. At best. Okay, take 2. Operation Kill Bombs. Rax, your portrait sucks. I feel the need to inform you. Oh, speaking of which, Rax, are you using that totally not an add-on that allows you to use Twitch chat in-game? If I didn't have Twitch chat like right there, I'd totally be using that add-on. Not that I would ever use add-ons in this game. I really like this white color. This is a correct choice. Whoever suggested Pearl, you were correct. Pearl is always the correct programming choice. But yeah, I've noticed aggro is kind of strange in here. Probably on purpose. A dread beast stalks this floor. That's probably it right there. No, we got this. We should kill it. We got this. Let's die again in this stupid place. I've also always loved this pseudo... in my mind, I think of it as the trench coat look. I don't know what else to call it. Burger with pineapple. Oh, that sounds so good. I mean, it's that way. Our progression is this direction. Let's see if we can skip it. Giga. Giga. Worrying me here, Giga. Now the question is, what kind of cheese do you put with pineapple? That is a big question. But you know what I mean, right? Like, it's got that pseudo trench coat look going on. Like a duster. It's just a medieval duster. Now, the pineapple has to be grilled. That's really important. Personally, by the way, I prefer Swiss, but the Swiss has to be melted to properly work with the pineapple. You can't just put a slice of Swiss on there. Now, if you want a slice of something, sharp cheddar can work. We could also work with something like, say, Parmesan. Or, what's that Greek cheese? Feta. Get some feta on there. I like how you asked that after we're not doing it, Rex. After we've committed to not doing it. That's valid. I'm curious, too. Listen, we just died to a bomb. Speaking of... Go back into the hallway here a little bit. I always knew, Blade Cheval. What? Hello. So far, in terms of review, this is just another deep dungeon. I don't want to sound negative in any manner, really, but it really feels like this is just Palace of the Dead 3. You know what I mean? No real new mechanics or gimmicks or anything. It's just a higher level. And I would bet money that part of the reason for that, other than design intent, is that they just have so much issues getting the deep dungeons functioning at all that doing anything else with them is probably just not feasible. Either that or it's design intent and I'm completely wrong. Music's better. Unable to use abilities? Citation needed. Oh. Two bombs. Oop, hello. No, I'm 90 on everything. I've been 90 on everything for months. Oh, no, I can't burn the battle over there. You mean like that, Von Falkenstein? No, I'm aware, Talia. I know that we have fake levels in here, but I am level 90 on everything. Oh, Michaels. Yeah, that's good. Well, they got racks. Good news is I got racks. Or Giga has racks. One of us has racks. Yeah, Numa. Can't do it, Von Falkenstein. Literally. They really like throwing these bombs at us here. No, I should level up the temple of my accordance of this song. I should probably mention Sage is probably the hardest healing class I've played. Now, I don't mean that as a brag, because it is also my favorite healing class. But there's definitely another layer of requirement compared to most healing classes. Just the management of Eucrasia alone is a whole thing you have to deal with. And you're not really specialized in anything as Sage, and you have very few reactionary abilities. Unlike, say, Astrologian, which has an ability for virtually every situation. Or White Mage, which can just long healing, healing, healing. Actually, yeah, Sage feels a lot like Resto Druid. In a good way, admittedly. Well, admittedly, I don't particularly like Scholar, but Scholar is still a solidly designed class and a great utility healer. Hopefully Von Falkenstein. My question is, will Shadowbringers be added to the trial? Yeah, bedbugs are awful. And I'm going to immediately discontinue this line of discussion because I don't even want to think about that. No offense. Ugh. Get that stuff nuked, or throw away the mattress. Yeah, Dawn Trail doesn't even have a release window yet. Which is a good thing, in this case. That makes sense, Mark. Well, yeah, I've heard this summer of 2024 thing, but I don't know. I would not be surprised if it gets pushed back. I suppose it depends on how much sway Yoshi P has with Square. And don't mistake me, I know he's on the board and all that. It's just, well, that's more of a malleable thing than a static thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I think summer's a nice big gap. Thank you for the answer, USC Coral. You know, we've got time. We got time for Dawn Trail. Although, depending on when Dawn Trail comes up, and this is unlikely, but it is within the realm of possibility that we could actually go straight from the WoW review to the Dawn Trail review. Depending. Kind of low possibility, but it is a possibility. Well, I should probably mention I am guaranteed, based on recent new additional information, guaranteed pushing the STO run forwards. So we're also running the latest and possibly last STO run this year in order to get caught up on that. Oh yeah, by the way, WoW War Within comes out in the fall. That's the latest WoW expansion. So depending on how things line up, I'm not sure, Five. I'm not actually sure. Depends on some real life stuff. Remember, I'm moving this year. So when that lands is going to change around a few things. Well, Metzen mentioned something during BlizzCon recently, which caught my attention, and that is a sub from DirectD. Thank you, DirectD, very, very much for your support, as always. Much appreciated. Give me a moment. Putting those towards War Hospital, the BRPG block, and Dealer's Choice. You got it. Thank you. Again. Metzen mentioned something that caught my attention. He said they were overhauling the management and project team structure. Now, something Blizzard's had issue with for a while is exactly that. It's why their release schedule has always been so inconsistent. So I was looking into that a little bit. And near as I can tell, they're pretty much trying to follow the FF14 model of having a very structured, very patterned, this team works on this patch content, this other team works on this other patch content, stagger, release, right? And they're also trying to be better about coordinating between teams. Again, which has been a problem in WoW's history. If they actually nail that, that's awesome. It's awesome for the workers because they have better work environment. It's awesome for us because we have more consistent content release. It's kind of a win-win. And so far they've been managing it. Dragonflight's patch release schedule was great. It's probably the best patch release cycle we've ever seen in a WoW expansion. In terms of just timing and the quantity and quality of content. Like, I was talking about this earlier. The Dream patch was amazing. And yeah, they've been doing some legit stuff. So I have a little bit of faith on that. I think he's being legit, and I think there actually is legitimacy behind that. I also agree with something else Metzen said as a completely casual aside. He mentions that he wants WoW to be done before we're grandparents. Metzen's in his 50s. I guarantee you that... So Warcraft has been Metzen's baby for over 2 decades now, right? That's been his baby for a long, long time. And Warcraft isn't done from his own perspective. I guarantee you he wants to finish Warcraft before he can't. Make of that what you will, but the reason I bring that up is, to me, that screams motivation. That screams, no, really. I want to actually accomplish this now. And I want to do it, and I want to do it right, and I want to get it done. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why that new development cycle is actually nailing it. And yeah, I was just about to bring up FF7R 1, 2, and 3 with regards to this, because those are gargantuan projects, and those people are in their 50s, you know? That's where we're at. You start to become... Speaking from experience, you start to become a little bit more aware of what time you have left the older you get. Very appropriate musical cue. I don't know, Giga. I think you did it, personally. Because you are pure evil. Ditto is Miristar. It'll probably stumble. It always does. I have a lot of faith and respect for Metzen, but he has his issues. Net positive. Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of the indie and AA developers, which are pretty legit, are themselves within that age range. We're pretty much already at the point where most of the really, really good game developers are getting on in the years. That's one of the reasons, I actually talked about that during the Mario Wonder review, it's one of the reasons so much of the core Nintendo team has been training up other people in Nintendo. You know? Why they keep insisting on other people have their hands... Whoops, I did not mean that. Why they insist on other people have their hands in the development of Tears of the Kingdom, or in Mario Wonder. I mean, the head of Mario development, whose name I can't think of right now, please forgive me. He worked on Mario Brothers 2. The NES, you know? So where is this thing? Yeah, I'll use it on the boss. If we ever reach the boss, this is going really slowly. It doesn't feel like it is, but we're only on floor 8. My God. Calling out your deeps. I'm playing a Sage Spartan. It's a healer, believe it or not. Like, logically speaking, it would make sense if we keep getting new generations of game developers. And they keep developing and moving and all that kind of stuff. Correct, Von Falkenstein. Part of the problem, and I hope Yura isn't here to hear this, part of the problem, and this is actually true at least here in the States, I don't know about other countries, is that a lot of new game developers get into mobile development. Enough said, honestly. Like, it's a gigantic market which almost always has jobs available, and there's lots of development tools and lots of ways to advance your career in mobile development. So I know quite a few people who are 20 years younger than me who have been getting into mobile development rather than, and I'm going to say this as elitistly as I possibly can, game development. There's always going to be exceptions, of course, but that's how that works. Oh, hello. Boss 1. Attend to me, Une. I mean, yeah, I would too, as Veristar. You cannot carry any more poetics. Yeah, I don't need poetics, thanks. I couldn't tell what the Une clone was doing, honestly. I have no idea. Right now, looks like I need... that really broke my brain. 705 tomestones to advance to the next step. And the other relic grind is nowhere. I popped into Zadnor extremely briefly, but as is, I knew this was true, doing Zadnor solo sucks. So that I immediately stopped doing that. But yes, the Manderville one, like I said, I need 705 currency to progress to the next step. Sadly, we didn't get any of the raids I could have used for progress during our roulettes last night. So what rewards do deep dungeons give? Cosmetics, usually titles, and it is a method of leveling. A pretty terrible method of leveling, but it is a method of leveling. Sorry. There is a degree of story. It usually stops relatively early. Like, for example, we're only going to floor 30 of this place, which is where the story ends. And by that I mean, what we're doing is we're going until either we hit 30 or we die. Whichever happens first. If we die again, this is already too much of a time investment to really be worthwhile. This takes forever. Anyways, point being, we will do the best we can, we'll hit 30 or die. And then we're stopping, and we're not going to floor 100 because we're not insane. Where's the... Oh. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I did the steps in between the tombstones off camera, obviously. Here's the incredible in-depth story that you missed for that. So, the drunk idiot is drunk and an idiot, and needed to gain motivation in order to be able to work on the project. So naturally, we brought in a freaking bot for him to beat up, which he did, and now he's motivated. The end. I wasn't going to mention the oil. Whoa. What song is this? Oh yeah, Cardia did fall off. I guess that very technically makes sense. Sure. Do it quickly if we're doing it. Time is money, friend. But yes, Marlborough is copy-wronged. copyrighted, or trademarked actually might be a better way to phrase that. I mean, I don't hate myself that much, though, Aerith. Not yet. Good morning, Scales of Justice. Although that is an idea. No, I have Guild Wars 2. I have an in-game account of Guild Wars 2. Although I'm not actually up to date on the current story arc. I'm pretty sure it's been spelled Marlborough, and I don't remember what it was. It's been spelled several things depending on localization over the years. All right. Well, not anymore, since, you know, obviously, I'm out of commission for 20 seconds, just FYI. Obviously not anymore, since STO it has been actively dying for years, and Tor is functionally already dead. But still, that leaves me with Guild Wars 2, WoW, FF14, and possibly ESO. ESO is still in kind of a question marky status. Sure it will, Lunaruth. Sure it will. Oh no, people are still playing Tor. That's not the issue. Tor's in a really bad place. 20, actually, Blitzball. That's not an exaggeration. STO's development team, counting the management staff, is 20 people right now. It is also in the process, Cryptic is in the process of being shut down and purchased by a mobile developer called DECA. There are other red flags, but frankly, I don't have to go past that point. Like, I've been following STO's development pretty closely, obviously, because STO has a very fond place in my heart. Sorry, Rax. That's my bad. That's my bad. Since obviously STO has a very strong and fond place in my heart, I've been playing it for, like, a decade at this point. But yeah, it's dying. It is probably already at the point where it is dead. The most I can hope for is that they will finish their current story arc. And yeah, so here's what's going on with Tor. So Tor was already on its way out. Content was trickling out. Income was trickling down. And even though they did this thing that virtually every MMO does, where they start to monetize more and more aggressively. And universally, what happens when that happens is the game slowly dies. This is not me being anti-microtransactions. This is proven fact. When you squeeze the cow too much, you start to hurt the cow, right? So, Tor started rather aggressively monetizing. And the player base started to drift off, and most importantly, the income started to drift off. Certain people were still playing it, certain people were still paying for it, but Tor just kind of started drifting and drifting. And then they pulled BioWare off of it entirely, which is certainly a controversial choice, and handed it to an entirely new development team who's never worked on it or MMOs before. So that's cool. And that new development team has, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, been doing their best. There have been a few content patches since we streamed it. And by content patches, I mean one quest. Put this out here. Sorry, let me be very, very clear about my terminology here. I mean, imagine an entire content patch that includes one pack, one quest. That's what I'm referring to here. So a couple of quests have been added to the game. Is what I mean. So, yeah. Tor is functionally dead as of now. And frankly, while I fully intend to do one last wrap-up stream of STO, I have no intention of ever going back to Tor. I think we completed it. I think we did it. We're done. Review concluded. Moving on. I apologize about the audio spam. It's just the debuff we've got on this floor. And yeah, Winlock is quite correct, of course. I'm not as familiar with what ESO is doing under the hood or behind the scenes. I'm not sure what to say about that. But yeah, the biggest problem here is the reason STO is dying is because Embracer Group. Thanks for that, Embracer. Thank you for continuing to be a plague upon gaming, as you have been since you first existed. You goddamn cunts. Whereas with Tor, this is just EA being EA. Back to Sable. Look, I'm sorry. The more you know about Embracer, the worse it is. And I'm not joking. It's one of those things where the more you research, the more you look into it, the more layers of awful you find. Oh, speaking of which, while we're here, Suicide! That's for you, YouTube. Enjoy that. Yeah, Embracer Group. I can't. The worst part is I can't even summarize how bad Embracer Group really is. I really can. Yeah, they have single-handedly. They're kind of pulling a THQ, but actually worse, if you can even believe that. Not THQ Nordic, to be clear. THQ, the original. You know, THQ, which also self-destructed and sent gargantuan ripples across the gaming space that we are literally still feeling to this day. You're fine, Rex. I'm an idiot. Don't mind me. The more we can sneak by, the better, honestly. We are absolutely not here to level. Yeah, I see it. It's actually funny. Which would you prefer? Open gambling establishments like Konami, or soulless holding companies that purchase and then destroy gargantuan swaths of gaming IPs like Embracer? Yeah, ironically, I would take Konami, which is just such a weird thought, but it's true. At least Konami is quite open and overt about what they are, and this is important, Konami are not actively making gaming worse. Embracer buys IPs and companies and then destroys them. You know how we've been having mass layoffs over the last, like, it's actually like 8 months now. Look up sometime what percentage of those layoffs in the gaming space have been from Embracer. Hint, it's a lot. How does it benefit Embracer? Now, that's an interesting question. We, and I'm going to include myself in this, have a bad habit of counting companies as individuals. So when you say, how does that benefit Embracer, the company, the answer is, it doesn't. But Embracer doesn't make decisions, because the company doesn't really exist. So how does this benefit the people in charge of Embracer? Much different question. A lot of decisions that companies make a lot more sense when you realize that the people who make those decisions don't suffer consequences for them. Oh, the company dies and people get fired and IPs go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. But the people who actually make the decisions involved in those companies, they don't really run, they don't really suffer consequence for what they do. In fact, usually they benefit from it. They still make their paychecks. They still usually get their payouts. Vulture capitalists. I like that. You mind if I borrow that? Vulture capitalists. That is so apt. Carrion. Carrion feeders. Now that is a much more valid question, Blade Call. No offense. Are they killing the IPs purposely? Nope. It is quite literally a coincidence of how they're doing business and a bit of bungling. Someone mentioned it in chat a minute ago. One of the things that they've been doing is, Wenlock mentioned it. They've been making deals and spending money that they don't have, assuming that they will get income later, assuming that they'll get funding and resources and income later. Now, asterisk. On a small scale, the idea of gambling with a success is not necessarily a bad one. I can prove this because I can point to 3 examples of this. Divinity Original Sin 1, Divinity Original Sin 2, and Baldur's Gate 3. And yes, those are all made by the same company. All 3 of those games were gambles, which I know sounds crazy in hindsight, but it's true. They didn't know those games were going to be successes, and they put out a lot of money and spent money they didn't have to get those games out and to get those games, published, which then were successful, which then paid off the debts they accrued making them. Make sense? So that is a valid strategy. It is gambling, but it is still a valid strategy. What Embracer did is kind of a little bit different, because Embracer didn't greenlit like one project that they thought might work. They greenlit like 50. And I think I'm actually lowballing that number there. They shotgunned projects out. And yeah, they just bought studios left and right, left and right, left and right. And were using the purchase of those studios as, I get this feels like the wrong usage of the word, but they were using it as collateral to then get more loans and more debt and more investment in order to try and get more money coming in. Because look at all these studios we own. Look at all these projects we got coming out. It'll be great. And, well, Embracer, that was always kind of a dumb thing to do, to be as absolutely nice about that as I possibly can. And yeah, it was a bit of a Ponzi scheme, and they were kind of relying on getting that sweet, sweet Saudi Arabia money. I'm not even going to get into that, by the way. I don't even want to touch that nonsense. But, yeah, no kidding, Cashel. Here's the thing. One of the Embracer Group strategy could have still worked if they had at least one big success scattered around their other successes and failures. If they have 5 games that fail and 5 games that succeed, and all 10 succeed and fail a little bit, that can kind of even out as long as they have one big success. Now, can anybody in chat tell me the game that Embracer pinned their hopes on, said this is going to be the big success? And if you understand, you already know the problem with that. This. Advance here, I think. Let's do it. Come on. That game was the recent Saints Row. Now, some of you in chat are probably just thinking, oh. But for those of you not aware, the recent Saints Row bombed. And it was a big, expensive, costly mistake. And so instead of a big win, they had a big loss. And if you check the timeline of Embracer self-destructing, a lot of it can be pinned... Hi, Rax, you're adorable. A lot of it can be pinned to the failure of Saints Row. I know, Endwalker, I know. Now, to explain my earlier statement, the mere fact that they were counting on a big win game, that's... no. The nicest and simplest way I could phrase that is you need to never pin all your hopes on a game selling well, because to be perfectly frank, you cannot predict when a game will sell well. There are ways you can make that work, to be clear. There are things you can do to try and boost a game's popularity and success in sales. But at the end of the day, the only thing that determines if your game is a big success is luck. Randomness. So if you are counting on a big success for a specific game, you have already failed. Now, what's really funny is this is one of the reasons their overall strategy might have worked if they hadn't pinned so many hopes to one game. If they had pinned their hopes to any game being a big success, that might have worked. But instead, they really threw their weight behind Saints Row, and that... Oh, yeah, and by the way, if you have not looked into... If you have not looked into the behind-the-scenes of the recent Saints Row, I recommend it. It's a trip. Everybody involved in the development of that game knew it was going to bomb. Everybody involved knew it was just a complete failure, top to bottom. That's another bad sign. If your developers say this game is not going to do well, and you're like, don't worry, that's going to be the big financial success story that's going to save our company, maybe think about that a minute. What was wrong with it? I don't even begin. As usual, I will recommend Matt McMuscles' What Happened for a nice intro into research, because he does his research on that. No, it wasn't a Starfield situation. The long and the short of it is, if I was to summarize it, I would say that the devs wanted to make A, the executives wanted them to make B, and then they restarted the project several times. That's a good summary, I think. Okay. Kill? Up. Okay. Nope. Got it. I will admit that the original idea okay. Might have worked, honestly. The Saints Row 2 reboot, which they kind of wanted to do, might have worked. But that's not what they made. Yeah, Saints Row at its best is very Yakuza. And I do mean that as a compliment. It is just as silly as it is serious. They have to have the solid character moments, and then they have to have, you know, the sex scenes. Okay. Last one. No, the devs of... Ooh, okay. That's some stacking poison. The devs of Dragon Age 4 have been very tight-lipped. And... Well, let me say this as bluntly as I can. It's a bad sign. Granted, literally everything about Dragon Age 4 is a bad sign, but, you know, it's another one. So here's the thing. If you are staying quiet about a project, that can be a good thing. It can mean you have a degree of confidence and understanding of what you're doing, and you don't want to release anything until you're good to go. I can give an example of that. Metroid Prime 4. I can guarantee with high certainty Metroid Prime 4 is gonna be legit. And honestly, the fact that they've been so quiet about it has been a good sign. At least partially because of the fact that they've actually also been very, very open about its development. That they started development. How? That they started its development, and then they restarted its development and shifted studios. So, to be clear about that, Metroid Prime 4, despite not telling us anything, has already told us more than we have been heard about Dragon Age 4, because we've received actual, tangible information about the game. Make sense? By contrast, Dragon Age 4 has given us teasers and hints of what they're going with and the direction of the story, but that's it. We don't know. We don't even know what genre Dragon Age 4 is going to be right now. Oh my god. Get them both for a second here. And yeah, the teasers have told us nothing. It's the same problem we've had with the Mass Effect 5 teasers. They have informed us nothing. No actual information has been conveyed. And when a developer is teasing something with no information included, that's a bad sign. Historically speaking, it usually means they don't have anything to share. Either because they're having development issues, or because they keep resetting development, or because they're having trouble keeping things on track, or because things are being delayed, or because they're having engine issues, or whatever. So listen, Rax, I'm going to need you to not die. Is that a thing you can do for me? I mean, even in FF14, there's that please look forward to it, right? That particular meme. I don't know about you guys, but being told something's in the works, look forward to it, is totally irrelevant to me. Now, I should mention these are not hard and fast rules. Working on it. Working on it. God, I didn't get hit by that. That would suck. Glad I brought a healer for this, honestly. These are not hard and fast rules. There are times when a developer will tell us plenty of concrete information. Is the exit open? Oh yeah, let's just get out of here. Let's just get out of here. where a developer will tell us plenty of solid, concrete information about the development of a game, and then the game sucks. I can actually point to a recent example of that because that example is Starfield. The gameplay showcases they showed actually got me legitimate interest in that game. Probably because the mechanics they showed were actually legitimately good, and in fact, were the source of most of the positives I gave that game. Go figure. Those of you who didn't see that or somehow have missed the thing, Starfield Turbo sucks, and got something like a negative 200, like a 240 golden number, which is, I believe, our 5th worst game we've ever reviewed. So even if the developers give us actual information, it's not necessarily indicative. I mean, who knows? Silk Song might actually be just a knock it out of the park kind of a game. And honestly, that's... who knows, right? Yeah, we're working on something. Oh, so you haven't just been sitting around playing arcade games. Why are they pathing into this room? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, stop dying, you cowards. Yeah, sorry, I can't dispel frog. Okay. God, Duke Nukem. I mean, we'll probably see a Duke Nukem revival because there's no such thing as an IP that isn't brought back at some point, but... Duke Nukem Forever. Yeah. That's an interesting song for this place. You know, I'm not sure. Lunarith reviews, possibly? Yep, it was reviews. Yay! I mean, Duke Nukem Forever is not a good game, and that is the nicest way I could possibly put that. Game. Okay. What was that nonsense? Anyways. God damn, I just blew that cooldown. I do love healing as Sage, I'm not gonna lie. But man, it's a trip. Yeah, Sage is very chaotic. There's a lot of balls being juggled at the same time. Balls, one might say. And knowing how to stack your bubbles is part of it too. Yeah, apparently Irax, Jesus. Okay, we might only have to kill that thing on the right. And sure, little Billy. Oh, and in answer to Von Falkenstein, well, I was never expecting Starfield to really knock it out of the park. I don't know if you heard me say this, but my presumption was Starfield was going to score about a 30 in Golden Number, which isn't great, but, you know, is still a net positive. That's pretty much what I expected from it. Most people I know didn't expect Starfield to be that bad. To just plummet in quality. It was one of those weird situations. Like, a lot of games start good and then have bad and then end good. Or start good and then slowly get worse over time. Or start good and then it hit a certain point and then the quality just nosedives, right? It is truly rare that we encounter a game that's just bad from the start and never stops being bad. Like, it just kept getting new negatives over and over and over as time went on. Like, it never stopped. Yeah, there were 2 good quests in the entire game. Just 2 good quests and 3 good characters. That's pathetic. On the plus side, this is a great way to review Sage at 90. Oh, I actually know about that, little Billy. If I'm really trying to min-max, I will do that. Sometimes I'm just in a bit of a panic mode. Like there, for example. Wow, I didn't even get the cast off. Oh my gosh. Ball. Yeah, exactly, Spartan. We have reached the point. Yeah, let's just pause for a second. Let my mana come back. We usually reach a point in a specific game where it's like, yeah, we've kind of capped. We never stopped giving negatives to Starfield, all the way up to and including the new Game Plus mode at the end, and it's just impressive, as absolutely bizarre as that sounds. You don't see that. Damn it! I had a bubble up too. Uh-oh. We don't have a reser. Well? Do we have anythings? We do actually have Palmeters of Raising right now. Guys. We have a Palmeter of Raising. Someone get me up. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, auto life. Oh my god. Okay. What else we got? Yeah, take it nice and easy. That's so... I mean, at least you have a life 3 now. In case something goes bad. And sorry, Von Falkenstein. That was a very, very long way of saying that, well, I didn't expect Starfield to be good. I didn't expect it to be that bad. Like, even Fallout 4 is probably a net positive game. And Fallout 76 was able to turn it around pretty well. Starfield. Man! Oh, no wonder I was dying. I had lowered HP. And that pushed right through my bubble, too. Okay, well, Rax got up. You have another Life 3 rate item. As a reminder. Can I use these? I cannot. There is a non-zero chance that some of us... Hey, it's open! It's open! Yeah, I was Spartan. There's a non-zero chance, Von Falkenstein, that some members of the community might be willing to help you push through ARR. I don't want to speak for them, so, you know, ask first, but... And I don't know availability, because you're in a bit of a different time zone. I'm going to be honest, I will not, but just because I don't really have time availability. I have precious, precious little time in my life. Which is funny, because I'm spending it right now laying on the floor, being dead. Run! Run! Fly, you fools! Wait, what? Hold on, Zed, or Talia. Hold on, Talia. Don't die. Do not give in to the death side. I accept the raise. Where am I? Where am I? Cardi is still up. That's funny. No promises, Spartan. At least we don't have the reduced HP debuff to this floor. Right? Okay, we don't. Good. Ugh. I'm just gonna try to keep bubbles up at all times now. We have 4 more floors. Yeah, those Robo Knights are ridiculous. They're worse than the bombs, literally. It's funny when the dragons are like, eh, but random beaten up looking droids, oh god, they're gonna kill us all! My cast bar up there. I mean, I know the answer to that question, but... Damn it, Pookie. Fun fact, in Asheron's Call... Oh, hey, we're done. Let's go. No horde, let's just go. In Asheron's Call, there's the only super boss, or rather the first super boss in the game. It was called Pookie, and it was a rabbit. It had a run speed of way too much. So there, oh my god. So it was mean to fight, and it was pretty much impossible to get away from. Okay. Yeah, I see the Pat. It's okay, the Pats aren't robots. They're also spawning dragons. What were they, the chocobos of FF11, Blade of all? Okay. It just died trying to res Giga. Because there was no warning. I could not get out of that in time. I'm not angry at Giga. I'm not even angry at myself. I'm angry at this thing right here. Amnesia. Because amnesia is why I couldn't instacast the res. Another patch has spawned. He didn't act it. Yeah, honestly, you're both melees. Fighting on the move is probably not a terrible idea here for these things. Come on, don't you have a stun, Talia? This would be a great time for a stun. Nope. Another pat, by the way. Oh my god. Abilities. Stance is an ability. Yeah, this thing killed us. Amnesia killed us right here. Yeah, I think this is a TPK. Yeah, use what you got, Talia. Use everything. What do we got? What do we got? Pop one of the clones. Honestly, just pop one of the clones. Doesn't matter which. And yeah, we have 3 witchings. If you get in trouble. Yeah, I was just about to suggest using the slow one, too. Also, considering the floor we're on, use Protomander of Flight while you're at it. Have you already used Steel? You have not. Use Protomander of Steel, too. Here, I'm sorry, I'll type. What's going on over there? actually. Yeah, the biggest thing I don't like about these dungeons is the time component. This is true in all of them. That's a lie. The biggest thing I don't like about these dungeons is the absolute spaghetti code of getting into them. As long as everybody in the group is using the exact same class and is the exact same composition at the same levels, doing the same floors, then you're good. Anything else? Screw you. Yeah, I cannot believe that Talia couldn't that she couldn't put on angst. That is bonkers. We believe in you, Talia. Oh, I accept. Okay, where's the exit? Where's the friggin' exit? Ah, I can't use that ability. It's okay, we used safety. Or at least I think we used safety. Did you use safety? I think you did, yeah. Where the hell is the exit? It's gotta be this one. Yeah, by the way, in case you missed that in chat, or in stream, rather, we just got a Phoenix down, which we are naturally going to hold on to. Are we in aggro? Are they just being a dick? They're just being a dick. Good morning, Amanda Dan. Oh, God, they were... Let's grab the pad. Yeah, Rax already read my mind on that one. Amnesia cancels any abilities. I happen to be a sage, so that's a lot of my kit. I look at all the gray buttons on my bar right now. Like, I've been having trouble mentally trying to accommodate what I actually have access to. We do have Esena, but it doesn't work for this. It's a environmental effect. Or a red debuff, if you're familiar with WoW. No, the other one is the body double I asked Talia to summon. Jesus Christ. I am once again going to pop this. No reason not to at this point. Well, there's the pylon of return. What else do we have? Well, you know what? We could just remove all traps from this floor. So let's just do that. We have enough to do that for this floor and the next floor. Whoa there! Neither on Falkenstein. Unless you count the hard mode stuff. That was a negative. But I don't give a negative for the fact that MSQ goes through raids. Not when there's vehicles and methods by which to do that. That's going to affect both WoW and FF14. Now, Guild Wars 2 might get a negative for the story that's in the raids, and the dungeons, actually. But that's kind of an unrelated issue. Okay. Yeah, no, I figured that's what she meant. This, no traps. You know what, honestly, while we're here. By the way, we've been in here for over an hour. Just for a bit of perspective on that. Yeah, we got the 30-minute warning a bit ago. Yeah, this is probably the last time I'm ever doing any deep dungeon ever. I mean, I guess if they come up with another one, sure, or whatever. I've even used it a few times on Falkenstein. I'll try to use it right out the bat at the boss, okay? Just so you can see it. Now to die on this boss. Intruder detected. Commencing emergency deployment of Proto-Dalamud. Oh, that sounds fun. Maybe I won't use it right off the bat. Okay. Yeah, time to pop some buttons. Tiamat clone. Cool. to pop a steel as a reser. Oh, I was already told to pop a steel. Rax and I are just in sync today. Does slow work on the boss? Because that'd be really nice. I think it's actually all we got. We do have one strength left. Who doesn't have a strength going? Yeah, I was gonna say, Talia should use that strength before I should. I think that's it. I think that's what we got. Let's do it. And as promised, Von Falkenstein, there's the big laser. Give it a cooldown. Okay, sure, I accept that. I'm gonna focus on healing a bit. Just as I was moving over there, too. Hi, Zero. It wasn't a super hard fight, but I was also holding my breath a lot, because the last thing I wanted was to die at the finish line. Hey, I got 7 stacks, but all of that was from me misjudging the placement of the heads. And the tail attack. Good job, everyone. Especially you, Giga. Wait. New score. Cannot carry any more poetics. Yeah, thanks, Kane. Oh my god. Yeah, now to never do that again. You are returned, and with no grievous wounds that I can discern. Screw you, lady. I take it that means you have proven equal to the task of plumbing Eureka Orthos' depths. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I know the contrivances of Alec's brightest minds will be no match for you, but of course, what else should I have expected from an adventurer of your caliber? I'm very much looking forward to your full report, but first you should summon Grahatia. I did make the boy a promise, after all. If you would, impress upon him the matter is one of utmost urgency, though I suspect he hardly needs the prodding. Sorry, Rex. I learned to mute performance literal years ago when it comes to streaming this game. It was all because of you, Zero. And definitely not the related copy-wrong problems and trolling problems and noise problems. God, that white looks sharp. That was a good call. It's the same reason I don't have text-to-speech turned on for donations. I don't generally have issues with that, but there's no reason to open that door. Fascinating. It says Noah said it would happen. The vanguard of Allegan research came to meet your advance. Artificial organisms and clones, each more fearsome than the last. And at the end of this vicious parade was none other than the clone of Tiamat, one of the first brood. When Zand began his conquest of the southern continent, the dragons which held dominion over the region offered fierce resistance. Thus was every available resource poured into creating a species of worm which would bend to Allagan will. Once Tiamat and her kin were captured, they were used to hasten the subjugation of dragonkind. The many clones born from this research were used as fodder for a different project, which aimed to perfect the means by which Bahamut could be used to power Dalamud. When we encountered Tiamat and Azizla, it was plain her thoughts had never strayed far from Bahamut, even after thousands of years of imprisonment. If her clone was forced to watch as he was reduced to a power source for that fell moon, even if that Bahamut was merely a primal, the sight must have torn at her heart. Is that compassion I hear in your voice? Towards Tiamat? Times have changed. Oh, I probably will, Inerith. I know not how deeds carried out through Eureka Orthos will look when viewed through your eyes. I imagine they meant not paint the Empire in the most magnanimous of lights. Yet as an Allegan myself, I can say that at the time they were only a symbol of our eminence and a means of our survival. Perhaps you think we went too far. Lady, I've been fighting Allegan crap for literal, like, I don't know how long at this point. Before rushing to judgment, I'd like to remind you that civilization thrives by bending nature to its will. Allegan science is but one manifestation of this inevitability. Lady, I've studied Alleg. You guys were all screwed. None would bat an eye to see a river dammed to prevent flooding. We breed plants and animals with intent to make their next generations hardier. For our benefit, not just the subjects. I am interested in your opinion. What impression has Eureka Orthos left upon you? Do you want me to be honest with you? I'm going to go with the third option, which is the Allegans crossed a line and then went far beyond it. Because they freaking did. I'm sorry, the Allegans have been background villains and abusive ancient precursors for the entire game, including 1.0. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you remember the guy about the head. That's a great example, Winlock. Yeah, the Allegans were just messed up. Ugh. You know, you never did say why you wanted Laura to delve into the facility. Was there some matter of impending catastrophe you hope to prevent by clearing the laboratory of threats? Oh, nothing so noble as that. No researchers to maintain them. The remaining experiments would succumb to the march of time. I knew this would be my final chance to share them with another, to share what Alec's researchers wrought. Trust me, I've had plenty of experience with your researchers. Their endless experimentation produced the answers to questions few thought to even ask, and now, in a way, their work shall live on. My time in Eureka Orthos was merely a diversion, but my pupils devoted heart and soul to their research, knowing that their fate and the fate of their nation depended on their success. Your pupils were here? Ah, yes. I heard that the Archmages guided the education of the Imperial family. So when you speak of your pupils, that can only mean... yes. Palam and Porup. No, Doga Nune. Direct descendants of Emperor Zand. They agreed to be cloned that they might serve the Empire forevermore. I wanted the world to know what their sacrifice gave us, how they spurred the advance of technology further than any before them. I thank you for going along with my selfish requests thus far. If you would allow me another indulgence, I would like to dedicate your expedition to the memory of those children and their fallen homeland. Thank you. Now then, let us move on to lighter matters. Eureka Orthos is not the sole repository of Allegan ingenuity. For the Empire was vast, and they were loath to put all their eggs in one basket, so to speak. Doubtless other similar facilities dot the realm. No! Nuke the planet. It's the only way to be sure. Should you stumble upon one during your adventures, do not hesitate to venture into its halls. I dare say your most thrilling discoveries are ahead of you. I look forward to hearing them. Every nuke just keeps revealing more, and more, and more! We get down to, like, subplanes and dimensional barriers, and there's still more Allegan research facilities. It's just Allegans all the... Okay, for a second I thought this actually was Talia here. Allow me to offer you my thanks once more. Your efforts have seen a long-held wish of mine fulfilled at last. And while you have no more obligation to me, Eureka Orthos reaches deeper still. I'm not going back in there. The lowermost force, the most volatile experimentation required. Yeah, that's great. Uh-huh, yep, this is cool. Piss off. Now explore beyond 430. Cool. I need to write down some notes on write down some notes. Okay. We've lost Giga. We've lost Giga. Arise, Giga, and know the glory that is your birthright. For the gear! No, Rex? Do we need to talk about your, cosmetic choices here? God, we need to kill Giga immediately. She came back wrong. Oh, no, that explains everything. Giga is actually an Allegan, experiment. Explains everything. Alright, yep, time to kill her again. So, who's on right now? What do we got? What do we got? Not too many people. In that case, let's do this. No, don't. Yeah, I was going to look at variants. Right now we've got variants and 8-mans that we're staring at. Both of those are technically group content. Wise fairies. Yeah, we're actually kind of pushing through. It's really funny, by the way. I've talked so many times about how the length of a game matters, and we've been streaming this game for 3 days. And yet, despite that, I don't feel particularly bothered by that fact. Probably because, you know, it's been using its time properly, it's actually a good game, and, you know, I've actually been accomplishing crap. If this was Starfield... Alright, I'm done. Oh, right, I need to write down my notes on Sage. Yeah, there's good variety, too. We've been bouncing around a bit. I need to double check something really quick. So we get that, yep, Those both get upgraded. Ah, that's that one, yeah. And of course, Numa is the big one. It makes no sense, Giga. How dare you? Oh, hello. There are 3 quests here. So, Lord, does this mean you found a spare moment with your busy god-slaying agenda? Oh, man. Wonderful. We actually have a letter addressed to you from Mistress Momodi. Go ahead and read through that, and I'll dig up the link Pearl used to convey your reply. Dear Lore, hope this letter finds you well, and you're still taking guild jobs, because we've got one here with your name on it. Ordinarily, I wouldn't bother you with something like this, but the client is a personal attendant to Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo, and I'm guessing that piqued your curiosity as much as it did mine. Let Shalomore know if you can make it over to Ul'dah, and I'll set up a meeting with the lady in waiting. I'm told there's nothing urgent, so at your convenience. Yeah, if people stop making gods, I'll stop killing them. Understood. I'll call it right away. I think we'll wait on the 8-mans until after the lunch break, Linnerith. More people will likely be on, and we'll have a better pool to pull from, and that way we can focus on Pandemonium for the second shift. I think that's a good right note there. That's true. Even just this Patchwalker stream, we've killed gods and would-be gods. Timing's... No, Savacom. How do you do that? An intriguing job is laid at our feet, and the client insists you be the one to take yourself. The client? None other than the East Aldenard Trading Company. So here's what black looks like, by the way. The missive was dispatched from the Kagane branch rather than Lord Lolorito's offices, but it nevertheless carries the piquant scent of moneyed interest. Care to give it a read? Probably Savacom. Yeah, I was going to say, look at Bloodborne for an example of let's not go make gods. In the self-same spirit of friendship which has defined our every interaction to date, it is my pleasure to humbly extend you an invitation. 'Tis because of your endearing efforts to save this planet that we benefit from the rarest of opportunities, for it was in your service to noble quest to build the good ship Ragnarok that I was able to forge a fruitful bond between myself and another of Hingashi's elites. This lord has seen fit to grant me, and a guest of my choosing, leave to go where few Ijin have tread, beyond the bounds of Kagane to the sacred slopes of Mount Rokon itself. Oh, wow. Ijin being foreigner, by the way. I cannot overstate the significance of this gesture, nor the allure of sights heretofore unseen by Western eyes, nor is it an exaggeration to say no one is more deserving of this boon than your magnanimous self. I eagerly await your reunion at the gates of the Bakairo Inn. And, you know, I think my favorite thing about the writing in this game is that you can tell who's talking just from the text, even if it doesn't have the name on the thing. Because I can tell immediately that this is Hancock's writing style. It's his voice. And I hate to continue to compare this game to Starfield, but this is the exact goddamned opposite of Starfield. In Starfield, everyone talked with the exact same voice. In this game, not everyone does, but a fairly large number of specific characters do speak with distinct voices. That's harder to do than it sounds, and it's impressive. Seems there's a holy mountain in Engaji that seems climbing. Yeah, exactly. Individual writers can write plenty of voices, but there's kind of a cap on that. There's only so many different character voices that, for example, Rax could give to given characters, because we're people, we're finite, right? There's only so much we got. It's one of the reasons why in a lot of games, individual characters will actually be written by different people just to help encourage them to have different voices. And I'm not even talking about the obvious stuff like, you know, Urianger, which you can tell immediately. I thought the Hingans would crack open those gates. Guild talks, that's for damn sure. You'll be heading to Kagane then, I take it. Perfect. I'll send word that you're on your way. Fair fortune and safe travels. You'd best come back with plenty of stories to tell, you hear? Yeah, to be more to the point, a lot of the NPCs in this game speak with the same voice. I don't really mean, like... I don't really mean that as an insult. It's just something I've noticed over the years. When I say NPCs, I don't mean, like, you know, Hancock or Lord What's-His-Face or Yutsoni or anything like that. No, I mean, like, her. Like, most of the background NPCs, the randos who give you a random quest, either on the MSQ or as part of secondaries or whatever, they tend to have a similar voice, and that's fine. It helps adds to a bit of tone. Something else that I've noticed, however, is different regional dialects tend to bleed in. So people from X, Y, or Z will all talk with the same voice, but that helps distinguish them. Dragon Quest is a good example of a single-player game that leads into this pretty heavily. In the mood for an odd job? Your arrival's most fortuitous, for I received a request for your assistance but a moment ago. It was written by Pasasun, a Thavnarian alchemist, on behalf of an acquaintance of yours. What was his name again? Matsya. Rings it familiar, I hope? Yes. Yeah, exactly, Blitchwell. Laminsans sound different than Gradanians sound different from Uldanians. Good, good. It seems your fisher friend is in a bit of trouble, and this Pasasun believes you're the one to help him get out of it. That is, of course, assuming you have room in your schedule. I will always help Matsya. That's a yes, then. Thank you, Laura. While I myself am not familiar with the details of the request, Pasasun should be happy to explain everything. I believe he can be found in the Great Work. May the job be free of hitches, hindrances, and headaches. Okay. There's people here. What do I do? What do I do? Also, people are talking in chat. This is variant slash Criterion Dungeons. I was going to say in release order, so that would mean whatever this one is first. Yeah, that sounds right. I do think the black looks sharp, by the way. Even in the light. Look at that. Especially when we get the glow going on. Yeah, no, that's sharp. Quite fond of that. It was a horrendous grind, but I'm kind of glad I did it. I'm probably going to use this outfit for a very long time for most of my healers. Oh, right, faceplate. Right. And I remove. Nope. It's all or nothing. Yeah, no, black, red, gold is legit. Excuse me. I happen to like this suit in general. It's why when I saw it, I was like, no, I need that. Master Runner, I presume. I am a terrible song. Let us be clear from the outset. I am not your true client. The personage who wishes to engage your services is the Sultana. Firstly, however, pray me to explain the request itself. Then you can decide whether or not you wish to proceed. I trust you recall the tunnels beneath the city of Ul'dah. Yeah, that'd be hard to forget. I speak, of course, of the Sildin subterrane, the passages and waterways through which you made your escape on the day of the ill-fated victory banquet. It seems that one of the tunnel sections collapsed during the commotion. Yeah, accidentally collapsed. And a crew comprised primarily of immortal flames have since been put to work on repairs. In the process of restoring the masonry, however, they have come across an unexpected gate. It was described as antique in design, inscrutable in purpose, and sealed shut by some mystical force. The report appeared of great interest to the Sultana, and she has expressed a desire to investigate the strange portal firsthand. Furthermore, she feels Master Tarupin and the like are overprotective and will prevent her from exploring to her heart's content. Better are we then to see her Royal Majesty into potential peril without a trusted escort? You see my dilemma. As the proven champion of Eorzea and veteran of countless heroic endeavors, it is to you we would trust the Sultana's safety. Besides which, she would have it no other way. Yeah, I got her back. Hope we lost her. Thank you, Master Runner. It'll mean a great deal to Her Grace. Please wait here. I shall inform the Sultana of your decision. Oh, by the way, I don't have to heal. I'm honestly just kind of looking at the outfits in cutscenes. That's really my objective here. So I can be whatever. I've still got tanks, healers, and DPSs. Thank you for coming. I greatly appreciate you indulging this selfish request of mine. I should hope for the sake of your adventurous spirit, however, the mystery at hand proves more intriguing than odious. I got your back. Kokoshu spoke broadly of what to expect, yes? Then allow me to add a few details to the story. We do, Linareth. Go ahead, get your run done. We got you. According to the report, the gate bears an intricate flowery design. The flames were unable to ascertain its origin or significance, but I have seen such a motif before. The very same design adorns a key in my possession, the last gift I was ever able to receive from my dear departed parents. I recall the ceremony from which it was presented, and their promises to take me to the place the key unlocked once I had come of age. They spoke excitedly of the choices I may make, of things I might behold on my chosen path. They were called away to Thal's halls long before that day would arrive. When Mother and Father gone, I despaired of ever learning the key's purpose, and now that this portal is found... Surely you understand why I cannot leave it unopened. There could be anything behind that gate. Indeed. But Mother and Father meant for me to see it, and that is what I intend to do. Still, neither Papashan nor Pippin would approve my plans to investigate it in person. I needed someone I trust, but who trusted my judgment in turn. Will you be that person? Kind of already said yes. As for Kokoshu, she was the first I brought into my confidence. She is, after all, my lady-in-waiting, and serves as my double when I'm away. I hadn't wished her to involve anyone else, but she flatly refused to cooperate unless I enlisted a reliable escort. Thus, here we stand. And though I regret the need to have you complicit in subterfuge, the idea of exploring with you has me giddy in anticipation. If you can make your way directly to the excavation site in central Thanalan, the foreman there has instructed me to permit you entrance. Considering the tunnels reach all the way to the palace, security protocols dictate we receive reports anytime someone enters the ruins. I will take that as my signal to join you, via secret passages, of course. Now let's make preparations. We should, as you say, be ready for anything. Oh god! Rax? When did you become a vampire? Also, who am I bringing? Zira. For real though, what class, like, do we need tanks? This is a soloable thing. So, like, what should I be? I'm gonna... I left the universe on fire. I gotta go. Bye! I think they're gone. I think they're gone. Okay. Well, if I'm playing anything, then it sounds like I'm just bringing something cosmetic. I should bring something I haven't brought yet, just to show off. So that'll be right. Well, I've kind of already shown off White Mage because, God. I mean, all of them, Friscoborn. Class design, dungeon design, quest design, boss design, raid design, story design, lock design, access design, account design. Like seriously, top to bottom, WoW and FF14 are very, 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 very different games. It would be harder to list things that are actually similar between the two. I've never come up with a good analogy for this. But to make one up literally right off the top of my head, it's kind of like comparing Diablo 3 and Kingdom Hearts 2. They're both the same genre of game, but you can see how they are just fundamentally different, right? Holy power! Sorry. The only reason to play White Mage. I'm just saying. Only reason to play White Mage right here. To blind everyone in chat. Alright, I will, Lunarith, I will, just for you. But I still need another... I lost track. 605 tombstones still. Bring something I'd almost never bring for something like this. Except I'm not in town! No, it wasn't a silly question at all, Friscoborn. Quite the contrary. The reason I have such a prepared answer for you is because one of the most common things that people will do is they'll compare FF14 and WoW side by side. Because they look very similar, right? Like, it looks like the structure of the game is similar because they are the same genre. There we go. But like the comparison I made earlier, just because Kingdom Hearts 2 and Diablo 3 are in the same genre does not make them the same games at all. There we go. trying to think of like if I had to pick like the biggest difference between the two. I think the single biggest difference between WoW and FF14 is that they're kind of inverse in how they approach alts. WoW has a lot of mechanisms encouraging you to play multiple characters, to play a whole lot of different classes and different characters, and to try out things and to branch out. And there's a lot to encourage that. There's a lot of account-bound stuff, and the next expansion is getting even more account-bound stuff. So a lot of things will unlock per account, and then you just switch per characters, whereas in FF14, you have one character, and that one character can be any class, any crafting, but the focus is far more on the one individual. The game actually discourages you from running alts. Oh yeah, so there's a lot of other changes. Like leveling in WoW is so much faster than in FF14. I'd say it's in a really good spot right now, personally. Some people think it's too fast. I don't know if I agree with that. But it's very, very normal to go out and do a few quests and just get a few levels. Yeah, that's another thing. WoW is also much, much more focused on build gameplay. You have talents, and you have gear, and you have sets. There's actually other aspects of that as well, including your spec. How you set yourself up is very, very... like, there's a lot of nuance and a lot of gradient to it. And there's a lot of build gameplay in WoW. By contrast, FF14 doesn't have build gameplay, arguably at all. You have your gear, but your gear is mostly a linear increase in ability. And your abilities just you gain as you level, and that's kind of it. You choose your class, but that's fine. Note that I'm not making fun of this. It's just I'm trying to emphasize the difference in mentality and the difference in design approach. In FF14, your build is, I'm a bard. In WoW, your build is, well, I'm a mostly left-leaning, right-leaning, so left, actually, let's go with, I'll actually use a real build that I'm using. I am a middle, right, left-leaning arms warrior who focuses primarily on boosting my haste with regards to my gear and my setup. And that's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Well, no, so, sorry, let me explain that briefly. So with the new talent system in WoW, they do something really, really cool. The talents are... but they lean. How much they lean depends on the class. In some cases, you really have to fling yourself in one particular direction to get access to certain talents because they want you to commit to those. But in other cases, you can kind of do this and go all over the place. It depends per class. But like, for example, in Warrior, you really have to just dive left or dive right in order to gain access to some of the abilities at the very, very bottom, which is usually the cool stuff. Actually, if I can gush, and then I swear I'll stop talking about WoW. One of the things I like about the current talent trees is the ultimate abilities are not at the bottom of the talents. They're a little bit above the bottom of the talents. Why is that significant? Because then the talents down below those can modify the ultimates. And so, sure, you can get Blade Storm, but you can also get a Blade Storm that lasts longer every time you kill something. Or you can choose to have a Blade Storm that makes it so that every time you Blade Storm, you also gain Avatar. These are both actual examples. So you gain your ultimates before you get to endgame, and then you get to modify them, which further changes your playstyle. And that's awesome. All right, moving on. Sorry. Gush. Let's get on with this. Master Runner, Lady Kokoshu says you were here to have unrestricted access to the ruins for some kind of confidential assignment. I wonder, does that have anything to do with what they found in the collapse section? Or... actually, never mind. I'm not meant to ask any questions. The rubble's been mostly cleared away, but please do watch the footing. We wouldn't want you tripping over a loose rock in the gloom. Oh yeah, WoW's gameplay score is going to break records. I've known that for a long time. And Dragonflight has pushed that even further. Okay, variant dungeons, a unique type of duty with branching paths. By exploring these choices alongside the guest character, you will gradually reveal new elements of the overarching story. Unlocking certain branches may require some detective work. Whenever you complete a path, a new story entry will be added to the journal associated with the dungeon, so keep at it until you discover all forks in the road. As a reminder, I have 100% committed to one run of each of these three. I am leaning towards 3 runs of each of them, so 9 runs total. I don't think we're going to do 36. But Just getting out the heads up there. The difficulty of a variant dungeon is automatically adjusted to provide a challenge for parties between 1 to 4 players. You can group with friends, make use of the party matching option, or put your solo skills to the test. Victory will require effort and attention, but it's entirely possible to complete these dungeons alone. To allow for greater freedom in role choices, variant dungeons grant players the use of special variant actions. These actions mimic existing abilities, such as Cure or Rampart, alleviating the need for dedicated tanks, DPSs, or healers. Each player has 2 actions available, just like freaking Boja, for the course of the dungeon, and can be changed at any time in the Duty Finder window. You can enter via the VNC Dungeon Finder window, which is accessed from speaking with the NPC at the dungeon entrance, or selecting the option from Duty in the main menu. The standalone window serves as all your variant dungeon needs, whether you wish to read story discoveries or set your variant actions or make changes to the dungeon settings. I know what I must do. Okay. There it is. Okay, so what should I bring? I'm actually going to take a very, very quick AFK, but what should I bring? I'll take some advice on this. Okay. Raise I can do. So, let's see here. What do we got? We've got tank. Or, no, I'm sorry. Live. Res. Taunt. Cure. And... dot. AoE dot, looks like. Interesting. Okay. I'll bring Cure and Race. What does enable party matching mean? Oh, well, we don't need to do that because we've already got a group. I think that's it. All right, so ready check. This should be fun. Ninja Star. All right, everyone in chat, left, middle, right. You know, Rax, I keep seeing your portrait, and it's a stab right into the heart there. U.S. Corp says follow Nanamo. You know what? I'm okay with that for a first run. Let's do that. Look, I know portraits are crap. Really. Spent like 2 hours making them last night. Bard. Damn, but Falkenstein. Still like the new portrait things they do with text. Which I believe they added with Endwalker. Yeah, Deceiver's Diamonds. Alright, Nanamo, which one do you want? Choosing. I guess it doesn't matter then. Whatever. Never mind. I'm stupid. No! Nanamo! He's not even a snack to you. Definitely remember how to play Bard. Shut up. I'll be honest, Bard has always been one of those classes that I feel like I should like, and I never have. I usually like mobile ranged classes. I know, because I really like Machinist. And, you know, Hunter. Hell, even over in Lotro, I like Hunter. And, Runekeeper. And I love Dancer. Dancer's awesome. Yeah, left or right, everybody. Left or right. Nanamo doesn't appear to be giving us any guidance on this one. You're on the left. Left it is. Bard also juggles a lot of balls. Balls. And normally I like a class that's complex, but I feel like Bard might drift from complex into complicated. And to explain my terminology there briefly, because I didn't come up with that. The idea is that some games, complexity is good, almost universally. But when you get into complicated, at that point it just becomes irritating. That's true even in non-interactive mediums. Okay, so blue is donut. Got it. Yeah, exactly, US and Corp. You hit a lot of buttons on Bard. It doesn't really feel like you do much. Compared to Machinist, which has very, very few buttons, for example, but has a nice in-depth thing going for it, right? Let's have one counter example there. Dancer has a decent amount of buttons, but you also, it's very layered in how you hit them. And yeah, Radiant Finale keeps throwing me here a little bit. Yeah, that's just my life. I accept. That's gonna kill me. That's gonna just kill me. Yep, that's my spirit was off cooldown. Healer. Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna go off first. So I was appropriately waiting for him to then push me towards the blue one. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I felt... Oh, whatever. I had an idea of what he was doing. I just flipped the order in my head. How the hell? Anyways. Yeah, there's not a lot of floor left. Yeah, rocket tag, we usually call that linear Ruth. Or, as you say, whack-a-mole. Anyone like orange chocolate? You know, orange-flavored chocolate? I've noticed that chocolate goes well with citrus in general. Lemon chocolate, orange chocolate, lime chocolate. Has to be dark chocolate. I was talking about this with a friend of mine. No, Glitchville. Mint chocolate. Milk chocolate is overwhelming. When you have milk chocolate, the sweetness of the milk chocolate overwhelms additional flavors. So you shouldn't actually add much to milk chocolate other than like actual additions. By contrast, dark chocolate, the bitterness actually pulls the flavor out of whatever you're adding it to. So, you know, orange dark chocolate is legit because you're really tasting the orange. Make sense? I used to like white chocolate, and then I started hating it. I think I can specifically say why, though. It's because white chocolate... Yeah, no, exactly, Rex. It's really easy to screw up white chocolate. I was just about to say, Talia. Holy crap. Okay, so... this time. I was mostly paying attention to my class, to be honest with you. Trying to optimize my freaking songs. Whoops, wrong button. Already getting the wrong buttons in. I do like the tutorialization here. He starts off with a really, really basic thing. And there's if you decide to do the logical thing here and avoid both barrels, you will see the pattern of both barrels. So that makes sense. I'm with that. It's only his second attack that he actually gives you a choice. Pick a barrel and stand by it. I didn't even read that. Not bad, Drunk Killer. Thank you for pointing that out. It's also Instacast, for those of you who haven't been paying attention. I'll let my dots fall. Terrible bard. Terrible bard. Just mean. Well, okay. Nope. Death. Just death. Just death. Nothing I can do about that. Literally nothing I can do about that. Well, first this time. Remember. Yeah, his rotation is weird there, isn't it? It's like he's not moving the degrees you're expecting him to each turn. Yes, I have. I'm one of those people who kind of bounced off of Sins of a Solar Empire. Mostly because aspects of the HUD and the interface just kind of pushed me away from it. Having said that, I've never delved into what Sins of a Solar Empire is really about, which is the mod scene. Great assault there. Having said that, I would love it if Solar Empire 2 was just a tech improvement, you know? Make the controls a bit better, make the HUD a bit better, make the interface a bit better, improve the performance issues. You know, stuff like that. Deal with you people here. Whoop, 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 whoop. Including me. Yeah, that's what I've heard about Falkenstein, but I've never actually, you know, delved into that. That's the problem. I'm doing terrible DPS, I'm sure. I'm glad I don't actually have my parser going. I'd be embarrassed. No, of course not, Gigapudding. I would never use a parser in this game. Yeah, no, Kieran Whitenose is correct. If I was to do a review of Sins of the Solar Empire, it would honestly, we probably wouldn't even do a full campaign. There's almost no reason to. It's one of those games we would see the majority of the content, vanilla content, obviously, pretty quickly. Yep, this is the Sildin Royal Palace. Whoa, hello. Hello. I keep questioning the music choice in this dungeon. I think they're like the bricks of a demon wall, but otherwise, yeah. There's the throne of Silda. Fortunate we are to have made such a historic discovery. Uh-oh. I'm curious what kind of stuff we can buy with the currencies in here. I'm guessing cosmetic-y stuff. As I say, this sounds familiar. So we've got grapes, the sun, a diamond, or a helmet. Ah, the noir set, which I have. Well. Any thoughts in chat? She didn't give us any direction, so it's whatever. You know what? I like that. The sun, the sun, the sun, the sun. So let's do a flame. And grapes. I accept this judgment. Hey, we could look at the flags, I guess. Wait, what flags? There are no flags! Seriously, I don't actually see any. Oh man, I love shipbuilding in Galciv. I shouldn't, because it's actually fairly basic. But it's just, it's fun, you know? What do you want from me? Starfields, anyways, Ooh. Okay. Levers. I love lever puzzles. Left or right? Yeah, we have a Dragoon. Get over the rack. Don't actually. I cannot believe that didn't do plummeting. Left it is, Blancheville. Just for you. They would haul a boulder up the ramp every time. It makes for a stable bridge. Yeah. The Gladiator of Silda. The Lifeless Legacy. 2 bosses per run. I was actually wondering. Fraz, 3 bosses. I do like this song, so I'll take that. cute. Here. What? I actually don't understand that mechanic, so that's cool. My god, you Corp. Really? Yeah, I'm kind of glad I brought Bard for this. Even though it's a class I barely understand, at least I can move while doing things. Yeah, I was gonna say, imagine playing Black Mage on that fight. I would not have believed anyone could topple that silver-skinned brute had I not seen it with my own eyes. Judging by the sentinels we've encountered, 'tis clear Silda's military might was a force to be reckoned with. They were said to boast many skilled warriors, and that the helm on their flag represented their philosophy of martial might. Yet their nation was buried beneath the sands all the same. Such irony it to be uncovered by a Sultan of Ul'dah. Shall we call it a day here, then? I believe we've come as far as we can down this particular path. Let us rendezvous back in Ul'dah, where I would thank you properly for your untiring escort. Let's see if I can just find a visual guy here or something similar. What do we got? What do we got? Here we go. Well, there's the secret boss. Which one did we get? I guess I could check over. Yeah. Okay, fine, whatever. Master Runner, all done with your assignment then? Glad to hear it. I'll inform the workers they're free to head back to the tunnels. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message for you from Lady Kokushu. She wishes you to meet her by the quicksand upon your safe return to Ul'dah. Sure. Gladiator. Excuse me. Which is, of course, not one of the ones listed on this. Excuse me. Well, this one lists the secret route as number 12. After the first boss, take the lift to the right. Kill the drakes from largest to smallest. Then, after killing the wraiths, interact with the mirror incense burner on the right side of the wraith room. Then, reach the sarcophagus, target it, use bow, respect, V pose, and kneel in that order. And then kill the secret boss. What, Talia? Where are you at? Where are you at? Oh my god, Talia, what have you done? They're taller than you, though. I prefer you short. Whee. That's why they call it a secret boss. Welcome back, Master Runner. Hi. How are you? Kokushu might say, "'Tis I, Nanamo. Did I fool you?" I mean, kinda, yeah. My lady-in-waiting plays the role of Sultana, but we reasoned it odd if Kokushu were to enter my chambers and ever emerge. Thus the disguise. It affords me a way to speak with you without the usual royal fanfare. As for our expedition, that was rather more taxing than I anticipated. What I had planned as a simple sating of curiosity has given me much to consider. Ul'dah was built upon sacrifice. Sildin sacrifice. To know this is one thing, but actually walk through the decaying ruins of a palace is another. The victor should not seek to bury the price of victory alongside the bodies of the fallen. I feel that father, wise sultan that he was, wished for me to learn this lesson. Such revelations aside, I cannot help but dwell upon the fuss which mother and father made of the choices I would make and the paths I would take. Other places of import yet lurk behind those portals. Of this I am certain. I very much like to conduct more thorough explanation. Okay. In this very moment, however, there are several dreary affairs of state which demand my attention. Bye. Milady. Welcome back. Lest you wonder, I promise I am the real Kokushu this time. And I am Kilfufu, Kokushu's assistant and fellow trusted confidant. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. As part of Her Grace's inner circle, I simply come along to offer my thanks in person. As we are most grateful for your steadfast presence, I worried what would happen when the Sultana first laid out her rather reckless plan, but she returned to us unharmed and invigorated. For the sake of Her Grace's well-being and continued peace of mind, we hope you will agree to further forays at her side. We're also informed by Mistress Momodi that the Gleaners Guildship was instrumental in facilitating our request. When next you visit Charlene, please do pass on our warmest regards to Shalamur. I was looking at the boss variants based on how you hit the levers. Yeah, Astrologian's like you will totally find yourself driven towards a new task today that will be difficult, but you will persevere thanks to your with the job, then. Mistress Momodi called to thank us and let us know you arrived in Ul'dah. The little lady in waiting sends a regard as well. They sure know how to make a girl feel appreciated. Oh, I should probably give you a nudge in Osmond's direction. He's been scanning the crowd every few moments, hoping you'd be back to regale him with the tale of your odd-job adventure. If you have the time, I'm sure he'd be thrilled with any scrap of story you care to share. I do like being a scammer. Wait a minute. The opposite of that. The Syldan subterrane. I'm passing familiar with its history. And Mistress Momodi's client had you exploring this network of tunnels and aqueducts. I was about to say, this feels like Unlock, the ultimate version, or the hard mode version. Fascinating. By your description, this mysterious gate's floral motif sounds much like gerbera, or daisy, as some prefer to call it. Shalamur is our resident botanical expert, so I can only tell you what she's told me. Gerberas are a common sight in Ul'dah, having adapted to thrive in Thanalin's arid climate. I've also read the Royal House of Thorn had something of a special relationship with the blooms. And was it not during the Thorn dynasty that Syldan waterways were purged of zombies? Curious, the Thorn's shadows flicker, ever present at the edges of your tales. I understand you were not at liberty to tell me everything, but the abridged account must have been absolutely captivating. A sealed gate, a hidden path! Oh man, I must know everything. It practically bleeds intrigue. I'm ready to write an epic adventure set in the Syldan subterrane. Let me think for a moment. Anything lurking in moldy aqueducts for a length of time would surely deteriorate as dust or decay set in. Putting aside the question of how long we've been down there, is it not reasonable to expect the inhabitants were once far stronger? Yet they were so much more powerful. Perhaps enough to challenge even the indomitable lore. Another Syldan subterrane, now accessible. I've done EXs, but I'll be honest, it's been a while. If we're doing that, I should probably bring a class I'm actually good at. I actually already have the Noir outfit, thanks to Giga. So I guess I don't want anything here. So hang on. Before we do this, I need to AFK for probably about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Listen, every company should let you install FF14 on your laptops. And WoW. Okay. I imagine I'm tanking. Looks like we'll be fighting slightly different fights. This should be interesting. If we manage this, we get a throne. Well, you get a throne. I have nowhere to put it. Oh, this should be fun. This is pretty much the full extent of willing to do Criterion I'm willing to do, so... Let's do it. One of my party members does not meet the requirement for this duty. Heh, lol, nerd guy. No rush. We got raising the flags. Option 9. Fight the final boss after failing the scale puzzle and use the left lever. Big 2. We who are about to die salute you. Good morning, Evo. Well, we're about to die, so it should be fine. Proud of all of you except for Rax. Alright, let's see. Let's see how bad this is. Yeah, they hit hard. Show them, shall we? I'd say about 30 years ago, Trihexia. Maybe a bit earlier. Catch that. There's tank busters on trash. That's okay. Yeah, no, that's the exact same problem I just had, Talia. I was having trouble telling where his front was. Didn't help that I was looking down at him. Okay. Of course we have to clear. Alright. I'm gonna guess kill the littles first. Just based on logic. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Why don't you come over here? Thank you, Lich Ball. This is the one that you guys got me the other day. It's not the final step, but it looks sweet, so I'm happy about that. Trying to face him a little directly away from you if he's got directionals like that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. We did the trash. We're not managing this boss. Oh, agreed. Guild Wars 2 pokes at that. So honestly, I wish more MMOs, including WoW, would pull at the add spell effect cosmetic regardless of weapon. Now, WoW kinda does that with the spell enchants, but that's not quite what I mean. Alright, Giga. Time to kill your mouth. At all, so she got on. Okay. Okay. Sure. So I'm cool with just wiping after this attempt. Anybody else in favor of just wiping after this attempt? Like, I can see the future here. I can see the future here. Let's move on. I don't even have a Monado right now. I admit this is the kind of thing I do admittedly enjoy. I do. But time is a factor, and honestly, I've seen enough. So, moving on. I find it far more interesting to try to hit the other variants than to try to push the criterion. Zero-sum game, right? So, let's... What do you think? Let's go ahead and look up... Or not look up, wrong thing. Let's go ahead and unlock the next one, which is Mount Rokon. Should I bring from this? What haven't we done? I should start keeping more mental track of what we've been doing so far. Oh, that's what we're here for, Evo. Well, one of the reasons. The other reason is because I'm just so damn sexy. Now, let's see. I've done Gunbreaker, I've done Sage. I have not done Astrologian or White Mage. I've not done Reaper, I have not done Red Mage. I've done Samurai, yes. I think it's possible I've done Samurai. Check my notes here. Yes, I have. We could try Red Mage. We could Red Mage it up. By the way, a lot of the weapons of this particular variety, Byakko, I believe, look like this, but can I just say, I love the painted look on the Red Mage weapon the most. It's just so suiting to have this kind of black and white painted motif for a Red Mage. Although, so I usually have a rule where I don't actually have more than, like, I don't double up on cosmetics for my weapons. Like, all my weapons come from different sources. But there is one exception to that, because the Byakko axe is just kind of awesome. Now look at that thing. First of all, it's a crescent axe, which I'm a huge fan of to begin with. And then we add the lightning, and then we add the paint. Yeah, no. Actually, no, Rex. This really is the only double up I have, is with Warrior and Red Mage. My Samurai does use this thing, the Demon Blade, the Fire and Ice Blade. Mostly because it looks like that. Like, you see the trails on the attacks? I love that. Excuse me. But no, yeah, my Dragoon, I actually decided, after a lot of thought, I went back to this outfit. It's actually a little modified, but honestly, I just really like this look. It's simple but solid, and I love the idea of being a Naginata. Nagintor, how the hell you pronounce that? Fielder. Look at that. Monk is, of course, the Flame Fist of Suzaku, or whatever her name is. Ninja, I don't remember what these are from, but they're from something. Scholar is Goddess, whatever her name is. I don't remember. Dancer is... I love Dancer. Check it out. Do you see the butterflies? Sophia, that's her name. Thank you. Yeah, these are Titania, or Titania, excuse me. You've already seen that. You've already seen that. I've never found a good Reaper weapon. So this is honestly just the default. This is actually my real scythe I have equipped. So I don't have anything cool for Reaper yet. And yes, of course I have the Shades as a Reaper. Anyways, Astrologian, of course, uses my actual relic that I earned when it was hard. White Mage, I don't have a weapon yet. This is, once again, just the weapon I have equipped. I kind of want the Eureka weapon for White Mage. It's never happening, but, you know, that's where we're at with that. I've already shown you Sage, I've already shown you Gunbreaker. Dark Knight uses this monstrosity. I love the Flame Axe there. This is also one of the very, very few outfits I have where I don't have the glasses on. I actually just wear the helmet. Yeah, no, this is Seeing Horde. You know what I have for Paladin. That is the ARR Relic, which I'm very ashamed of. Machinist, I don't like most of the Machinist relics. I really just like the solid look of having a frickin' sniper rifle. It's just a sniper rifle, and it looks solid. I love it. I don't know what else to add to that. Summoner. Gotta have the flames. Gotta have the burning book. Come on. You saw him barred earlier, but this is actually the, I believe, the Garuda bow. Pretty simple, but pretty solid, and fits the overall light motif of the armor. And lastly, this is actually given by a friend during the setup thing. I was kind of torn on this one for a while, but honestly, this staff, it's simple, but it really fits the motif of a Black Mage, I think. Especially with the armor I'm wearing. Just stylized enough to make you think, yeah, it's the Tsukuyomi weapon, if it's not obvious. Anyways, sorry. Moving on. So for Roken, okay, so what was I gonna do? I could do Reaper. So I'm gonna do Ninja. Ninja, Red Mage, and Reaper. I could also do a Warrior and just take it up. I don't mind that. What's funny is all the Warrior artifact gear just looks like Barbarian gear, but I'm sorry, this is what I think of when I think of Warrior. Big-ass axe and a plate armor. Okay, so, I'll take Warrior. But I will destroy Giga Pudding for daring to have, you know, elemental armor. I love this axe! Alright, meanwhile, Talia's just burning Rax alive there. And Zero, of course, is wielding an umbrella, as is their wont. Dragoon or Samurai? I would say Samurai is overall probably a better constructed class in terms of a lot of little minute things like when it gets what abilities and how its abilities lower with each other. But the thing is, Dragoon wonderfully flows into itself. Samurai is quite complex and has some very serious ability bloat problems. I love Samurai to death, don't mistake me. It is a very solid class, but it has a lot going on. Yeah, Dragoon is also getting an overhaul, probably later this year, so that's worth noting. Yeah, Dragoon also gets pretty busy by the end, so that's worth noting as well. They both look cool, so I can't help you on that front. Oh, absolutely, Bucktrue. Samurai has more bloat in abilities than any class other than Astrologian, I would say. There's a lot going on. Ah, my dear lore. Who would have thought the spinner would see us reunited so soon? You'll be pleased to hear no other charlatans have attempted to masquerade as Tenzin's progeny in the interim. As you can see, preparations for the journey are underway, partial though I am to traditional Hingen kimono. If to climb a mountain, it would be prudent to do so in comfort as well as style. But I presume you would rather discuss matters of greater import than my attire. Fear not. My capable associates are ready and eager to brief you on the challenge ahead. We have reserved the finest chambers of the inn for the occasion, so let us reconvene away from the hustle and bustle, shall we? Sushi. Sushi. Master Hancock, Master Lord, we are most grateful for your aid in this matter. I am Subaki, and my Onimyoji companion is called Tokimori. We are come to Kugane on behalf of Lord Uzumibi, who presides over Mount Rokon and the surrounding lands. His lordship is the one I mentioned in my missive. Hearing of my interest in Far Eastern treasures, he knew at once I would find the lure of a sacred peak irresistible. Ah, but I forget you are not as familiar with these lands as I. Let us begin with the basics and expound upon the finer points as we go. Whee! To orient our destination in your mind's eye, we must review Hingashi's geography. On many islands which comprise this nation, it is here on the western coast of Shishu where Kugane serves as the shining beacon of commerce. Mount Rokon, meanwhile, can be found far from our beloved city of trade. Here, on the northeastern corner of the isle, upon the slopes of the sacred mountain sits Shoujo Temple, a monastery where monks gather to train their bodies and souls. Alas, in defiance of this holy purpose, a horde of otherworldly demons have claimed the temple as their own. His lordship suspects a collection of accursed treasures is to blame for the infestation. In the Far East, you see, it is believed that well-preserved objects may come to possess living souls after a time. These vessels turned kami are known as Sukumogami. Sukumogami may in turn attract or even beget other spirits. These mononoke clearly have no regard for the sanctity of the mount, and so Lord Uzumibi desires a swift resolution. Compassionate soul that I am, I could not bear to stand idly by. But as men of wealth and influence, base altruism is beneath us, so I offered to aid his lordship in a manner befitting our stations, by brokering a mutually beneficial arrangement. Simply put, should I find a way to rid the mountain of Mononoke, I shall lay claim to any accursed treasures I find. One man's trash is another man's takaramono. That's Hingen for treasure, by the way. And here, my friend, is where you come in. During our jaunts to the mountain, you will serve as my bodyguard, and slay any monstrous Mononoke we encounter. In exchange, you shall become one of the blessed few to bear witness to the wonders and terrors of Mount Rokon. Fair deal, yes? I don't know, are there any gods for me to kill? I like killing gods. That's our warrior of light. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Now the matter of Lord's participation is settled, might I inquire to the current owner of these items, Mistress Subaki? You have been playing D&D with the wrong groups, I think, Savicum. Oh, that reminds me, Savicum. I have a really dumb question that you're going to hate me for asking. Is Dragon Quest... No. Hang on a sec. What is a foot-long sidekick at Subway? The treasures were brought into the temple at the behest of Gorai, the head monk. Though his disciples doubt not his intentions were pure, his actions have brought them great misfortune. Like you, Master Hancock, Gorai was an avid collector of antiques, and claimed that the Tsukumogami who dwelled within ought to be worshipped. Driven by this fervent belief, he purchased all manner of items he deemed worthy of veneration. But as his collection grew, so did the certain troubling phenomena. An unholy shadow began to loom over the mountain, and under this wicked veil were the Mononoke emboldened to break their fetters. Fearing for their lives, the monks had no choice but to flee, their home defiled by demons. Yeah, way to be there, buddy. Does nobody in this setting learn? I swear to God. We could not allow the scourge to spread further, and sent our strongest warriors to slay the fiends, but few returned. Knowing victory cannot be attained by our forces alone, my lord bade us employ magics to contain the threat. Interesting, Savacom. Thank you for answering. Tokimori is one of the valiant few who returned from the temple. 'Tis thanks to his diligent reports we know aught of Mount Rokun's present state. Our orders were to find Gorai and convince him to part ways with his treasures, but our pleas fell on deaf ears. He was like unto an animal. I suspect any semblance of reason has left him. Though the seal we placed on the mountain endures, the Mononoke have had ample time to corrupt the souls of those who would not make good their escape. Should you encounter any survivors, do not show them a modicum of mercy. 'Tis too late. We have prepared our strongest falcons. Their keeper shall await you by the Bakaizen hot springs, and will summon the birds once your preparations are complete. Word of caution. The falcons fear the Mononoke will refuse to fly close to the temple. And will refuse to fly close to the temple. They will bring you to the foot of the mountain, but no closer. Beyond that point, you will have to do the dungeon. I want that soup more than I want the sushi, I'm going to be honest. Many thanks. If we're to depart soon, I think we feast. Best we feast our heart content. One cannot slay demons on an empty stomach. Nah, you got it reversed. You kill first, then you work up an appetite. Then you go feast. Alright, you have the sushi, Savacom. I'll take the soup. Oh, I love a good churro. They're rare, but if you find a good one, oof. My thanks once again for your assistance, Master Law. Master Hancock had some business matters to attend to, so once you're ready, I will summon him. Yep. I understand what the dungeon is, thank you. We all ready? Oh yeah, I'm breaking after this, by the way, if it's not obvious. After we finish roll call. Okay. We're waiting for Zero. Oh, now we're ready. Interesting. I think I'm just gonna run with Cure and Raise. I'm a warrior. I don't need DPS. Arrogance. Jesus, Valerian. I'm just saying, if I had my replicator, I'd be having sushi. No, you can have it, Rex. You know me. I have a big dick. I don't have anything to prove. I already like the aesthetics of the place. I gotta remember what I have at 90. Let's see. I know Onslaught got buffed. We also have Primal Rend, which is... That's a variant, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. And then Bloodwood, which is... Yes, okay. Apparently we're going to the right. Right it is. That can allow us to... Of course I have to click it. A path straight up the Holy Mount. How refreshingly dangerous. I've actually recommended people start with Warrior before. I don't do that anymore, but part of it's because Warrior's kind of awesome once it gets there. I know. Every class is awesome once it gets there. Still. One of the weirdest things about Warrior is their spender abilities are not off the GCD, which is very strange. Usually spenders are off the GCD on most classes. But instead you have to time where you're going to put it in your rotation. I'm actually looking forward to poking at Paladin, too. I enjoyed Paladin for what it was back in 80. The rush. I mean, I said it before, every class is good by 80. Some classes don't get good until the 70s, to be honest. Ahem. But every class is good by 80. Yeah, the fact that it saves class gauge position per class in the HUD layout actually kind of irritates me. I wish I could standardize that. There are two classes I universally recommend you start FF14 with as of this exact moment in time. Those are Arcanist and Pugilist. They're both quite well designed and legitimately fun and interesting as you're leveling, which is the important part. They'll also teach you some of the basics of class design. It's fun. I literally just explained why I removed Warrior from that list. I will admit, I do enjoy Warrior personally, and it is also a tank, and it's a tank that does good damage and can heal. However, I have received reports from several people, yes, really, who I recommended Warrior to, and they bounced off the game as a result of that recommendation, because Warrior at very early levels sucks. So not a great thing to start the game with. Yeah, by contrast, Arcanist gets good like by level 10. Same thing with Pugilist. Warrior takes until I point to a specific thing. I say raw intuition is 56. For a bit of perspective there. Raw intuition's great. Dark Knight was definitely in a really strange place for quite a while, actually. So, Having said that, I think Darknet has been smoothed over a lot from back in the day. It is still a little bit on the strange side. It's the most build spend of all the tank classes. But variance is good. Well, looks like we can go left or right. Oh, okay, what's he have to say? These Hingans call these clay figures Dogu, but why is one here of all places? Remove it! I follow Hancock. If that Dogu turns on us, extermination shall be your responsibility, I hope you know. Hancock! Buddy. I mean, everyone has different preferences and perspectives when it comes to class design. It's one of the reasons it's kind of hard to recommend a class when it comes to someone who's brand new to a game. That's also why I put a lot of thought into that. If they're smart, they'll keep FF14 for quite a while. Yeah, that's several to remember. I was not actually prepped for that. Warrior Astral also has some very good viscerality, which is important to note because not a lot of people... Why is Talia dead? Not a lot of people remember that viscerality is a really, really important aspect of class design. A class that feels good to play is probably going to play better simply because you're having more fun playing it, right? It's just logic, I suppose. We have some cures. Black Desert Online, technically, well, okay, hang on. There's several asterisks to that question. So, Black Desert Online, Elder Scrolls Online, and RuneScape are the other ones. But all of them are big in a completely different metric. That's one of the reasons I kind of prefer to talk about the big three instead of the big six. Big three are easy. Or is turbo dead. It's still technically functional. It's even getting updates and still has people playing it. But no, Tor's dead. Yeah, Tor is a zombie. That's actually a great way to put that. Tor is currently in zombie status. Actually, yes, Linarith. Story... Oh, I'm just going to accept that hit. story of Tor is currently at a state of cliffhanger. It didn't conclude. Has not. And honestly, probably never will. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why STO is pretty much 100% guaranteed to have the final stream this year. We're going to push through that. Cap it off. That's for that, really. Agreed, Linares. God, I love Warrior. Sorry. Warrior's a weird one for me because I obviously prefer Gunbreaker. But Warrior is just kind of fun. It's not that great. I'm not that good at it. You know, I suck. But no, it's just beat the crap out of whatever's in front of you with a giant axe. That's Warrior in a nutshell. Yeah, it is very high on viscerality. Good. Yeah, Warrior also has ridiculous survivability. You'll notice I keep using my heals on other people because I'm a warrior, and just existing is healing me. Just going through my natural rotation is healing me. That's not bragging, that's just warrior. Come back, Hancock. Yeah, Warrior and White Mage are actually fairly solid. I don't mean this as an insult. Starters for learning healing and tanking. There's not a lot of depth to either of them. They're just solid. They're James Rayners, which I suppose I should explain that. So in game design, I've actually talked about this before. It's harder to design something that's simple and good than it is to design something that's complicated and good. As weird as that sounds. Complexity tends to lend itself naturally towards good design when you know what you're doing and when you've got good design in a unit, in like an RTS game, or in a hero, in like a top-down MOBA, in a fighter, in a fighting game, or of course in a class in an MMO. So really nailing that simple but good thing, trickier than it sounds. And I tend to call those Rayners because in Heroes of the Storm, the basic hero that you get just out of the gate for free is James Rayner. He is very simple, but he's solid. He is very well designed. Same concept. So, there's my little tip there. If you want to... Are you gonna pick Hancock? No, of course not. Exactly, Evo. Let's go through the fence. Through the fence! So if you want to dip your toes into healing or tanking, White Mage and Warrior are solid options. Did I, like... Hancock, could you come here so I could kill these people, please? Love you, buddy. Need you to hurry up. I got lunch waiting on me. Yeah, I don't get, like, so for those of you who don't know where that means Conjurer and Marauder. Same question for you, Eva. Tell me your thoughts. Or be destroyed. You know, I just realized I didn't even hit my actual dedicated heal button that fight. My 7 button right here. Equilibrium. Yeah, that's right. Warriors have a goddamn heal. That's also a regen. Please think about that for a second. Yeah, we are literally all 3 specs in one class. It's silly. Yeah, meanwhile, Paladins have a heal. That sucks! Or at least it sucked. I haven't played Paladin since the overhaul. No, we're committed now. We're healing all the moss now. Whatever it is. And also, just watch my attacks for a second. I'll zoom the camera in a little bit, more than I usually am comfortable with. I just want you to watch what it's like playing a warrior, because this is what it's like playing a warrior. One of my abilities involves punching a guy, which is on cooldown right now, so I can't show it off. Look at that. Look at this. Yeah, warrior feels like you're wielding a tree trunk at the enemy. Hear that, Talia? Rax doesn't like you. Also, now Hancock draws attention to those. The Frankenstein of MMOs at this point in time. So, Frankenstein's monster, which I assume is what you mean, was several bits of corpses of other people stitched together into new life. I'm not sure anything qualifies. It's okay, I don't know any of the mechanics either. Yeah, I was gonna say, there are several MMOs that are built out of the bones of themselves, but honestly, that's just kind of all of them. Yeah, no, exactly. I was complaining about that earlier. You notice my outfit is, hi, I'm wearing plate armor. Okay. Guild Wars 2 boss? Seriously, this is straight up a Guild Wars 2 boss. Maybe I should have taken the DPS ability. Jeez Louise. I was being cautious. Okay. I was not expecting that to be that large. Not gonna lie. Talia? 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 Give me up, Rex. I have a res. I have a res, Rex. You don't have a res. Got it! Okay. Don't worry about resing. Just do what you gotta do. Do what must be done, Palpatine voice. Yeah, I was really not expecting the AoE on that to just suddenly be twice as big as all the other AoEs. That really threw me. second. Let me get myself up. I brought Res. And Cure, actually. Not saying the boss sucks. I'm only saying that I suck. Worthless, and I'm terrible. Any questions? We here at the Lore Walkers do not suggest soloing this stuff. I mean, you can. Stop. So, as my statement probably got across, try to be surprised, Warrior is pretty solid at 90. These are good ways to try out. This is at 90, consequently. Good card. Oh, I got another card. GG. No re. No, that was fun. That was fun. I am going to pause now because I'm hungry, but I'll be back. See you guys in a bit.